Andy, so we're all gonna have to share Travis's breath mints.
I only have 2 left. All right, here you go. To the widow's mite. All right. Welcome to the Provo Municipal Council Works Session. It is Tuesday, July 12th at 12:03 p.m. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize the potential for background noise and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. All right. With us today, we have council members Shipley, Whipple, Ellsworth, myself, Hoban, Hanley, and McKay. We also have several members of the city staff and council staff with us. Oh, and Bill Fillmore, Councilmember Fillmore has joined us online. The opening prayer will be by invitation. Today's prayer will be provided by Keith Morey. Thank you, Keith. Yeah. Thank you, Keith. It's proposed we approve the following minutes: May 17th, June 7th, work meetings, June 7th, council meeting, and June 21st, work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? Seeing no objection, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. We have a full day today. It's going to be a fun one.
What's gonna be fun about it?
We're going to make it fun. Our first item of business is a presentation regarding the statistical survey done in support of the general plan update. We have 60 minutes for this. I'm excited to hear from Brandon Larson, our planning supervisor, and Kyrene Gibb, partner VP of research at Y2 Analytics. Kyrene? Kyrene, okay. Welcome, Brandon and Kyrene.
Glad to be here, Council. We have, just as a quick reminder how we got here, we've been working through a pretty rigorous process to produce an update on our general plan, and got kind of towards the kind of to the point where we were close to adopting this, and then as we started having public hearings, public meetings, there was some thought by staff and administration that maybe we ought to get a statistical survey to be certain that we caught the voice of the people in the data that we had captured. And so we hired Y2 Analytics. They've been amazing to work with. And so for the last several months, we've been working on preparing a survey and then distributing it out to citizens. It was a statistically valid and random sample survey, and it produced, frankly, we ended up with a lot more responses than we expected, and that allowed us to do some more data analysis than we expected. So we've had a really good experience working with Y2, and so the way it's going to go today is first we're going to hear from Kyrene Gibb from Y2 Analytics. She's going to present the results of this survey, and then I'll follow up with kind of some staff insights, highlight some key data, and then give you some recommendations. So we'll go to that point.
Well, thank you, Council, for your time this afternoon. I'm going to go over some of the background for the survey first and foremost, dig into the methodological details a little bit, and then we'll get to the nitty-gritty, the fun part of the data analysis. But so first, we wanted to just set the stage here and go over the objectives of this survey. Now, naturally, this is not news to any of you, but we wanted to be able to inform the general plan with statistically valid representative data from residents of the city as a whole, and be able to scientifically explore what residents are looking for the future of Provo City, and understand quantitatively what residents' goals and priorities are, again, from that representative sample. So we wanted to draw just a little bit of comparison to the initial community input, where I think there were a lot of important themes that emerged from the residents that we heard from, and draw just some comparisons and contrasts from what we heard in the representative survey from residents this spring. So some of the high priorities that we heard echoed in the survey, residents are really drawn to Provo for its overall atmosphere. They enjoy a high quality of life in the city, and that's largely due to all of the amenities that are available to them for outdoor recreation, for shopping and dining and entertainment. There are a lot of things that make Provo a great place to live, and residents recognize that and offer really high praise for these things in the city. Also, the family-friendly environment in Provo is something that residents really latch onto, something that is especially important to them. And then job opportunities and economic growth, the things that really help residents flourish and enjoy that quality of life here, are the relatively low cost of living, relatively low tax burden, and sort of the economic growth and development that the city has enjoyed over the last few years. So when we think about residents' priorities for the future, the things that they are most enthusiastic about or most energetic about in the representative survey are seeing the city provide and maintain a mix of housing types at affordable price points. So again, keeping that cost of living at a place where it is affordable for residents, maintaining and facilitating traffic flow throughout the city. I think there was a little bit of focus in the initial community input about active transportation options, alternate routes to transportation. What we find here is that the focus of the emphasis from residents is a lot more on just mitigating traffic flow. So making sure that it's easy to get from one place to another throughout the city. Maintaining Provo's family-friendly character is also a high priority for residents. And then environmental sustainability is something that I wasn't really expecting to see from Provo residents, but it is something that we see as a high priority, part of maintaining the parks and recreational amenities and improving the air quality in the city. Those things are really sort of the environmental or sustainability focuses, as well as improving opportunities for recycling. Those are the things we heard most about if we want to get specific in those areas. And then the other thing that we didn't hear in the initial community input that I think really stood out in this representative survey was that residents are quite focused on maintaining a low tax base. Again, keeping costs of living relatively low, pursuing economic development and housing types and things that keep their overall burden down and allow them to enjoy their quality of life here.
Kyrene, we have a question from Councilor Ellsworth.
Do you want questions like during your presentation or after your presentation?
You can feel free to stop me whenever. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just curious. Most of these are fairly intuitive, but I think I've seen people in the community interpret family-friendly character in different ways. Do you have any way to make that more specific? Is it about safety? Is it about stroller parking? Is it about schools? Like, what does that mean? And especially, what does that mean to policy? Like, these other ones translate to policy. That one, I don't know what that means necessarily for everyone, and maybe everyone has different interpretation.
Sure, that's a great question. We have a little bit more specific data later in the survey. Part of that is safety, and again, sort of the access to amenities that are abundant throughout the city. So the entertainment options, the dining options, having so many things within walking distance is a big part of that. And then just the perception that Provo is a very safe city lends itself very well to that family-friendly character. But we do have a couple other more specific questions that might help answer that. Okay, so maybe. Can you go to the next page for me? Thank you. I don't know why this isn't working. So before we get any further in, I just want to go over a little bit of the methodological details. So you can see we had at least 100 respondents in each council district, which was sort of our goal from the onset. In order to reach that 100 respondents from District 2, where we had a relatively lower response rate, we ended up getting even more participation throughout the rest of the city. So random sampling is great, but we did have to oversample District 2 to get them to that 100 respondent threshold. This number of respondents, so in total we have 901 residents who responded to the survey. Frankly, that's statistical overkill for a city of Provo's size, but it does allow us to drill down a little bit and look at comparisons between the student population and the non-student population, the trends within different council districts, et cetera. So that was our goal here. As you can see, the survey was in the field for just shy of a month to account for some of those mailings going out. We sent postcard invitations as well as email invitations to participate in the survey. And all of the data have been weighted to represent or to match the census demographics of Provo City as a whole, specifically in regards to age, gender, homeownership, race, and city council district. So we're pretty broadly representative of the city at large. And a survey with 901 respondents yields a margin of error of about 3 percentage points in either direction for all of our entire survey or our whole sample estimates. This is a little bit text heavy and goes a little bit more into key findings. I'm actually going to skip this slide and just dive right into the meat of things here. Sure, I'll go back. Sure. Sure. So sort of the high priorities here, the top line findings. Overall quality of life in the city is quite high. We'll get into the visualization that shows each of these points as well and highlights the data in a little bit more clarity. But I think the key takeaways here, overall quality of life is about a 78 on a 0 to 100 scale. That's quite high on average, really good, comparable to your Utah County neighbors. When we think about the things that are the areas of most concern to residents in Provo, housing, both availability and affordability, are key priorities, probably not a surprise to anyone here. Majority of residents feel that the city is growing too fast, and so there are some concerns about the future of housing availability and affordability, cost of living generally moving forward. When we think about traffic, or when we think about transportation specifically, traffic is the biggest area of concern. So again, being able to get from one part of the city to another in a way that is efficient and feels streamlined is residents' highest priority in regards to transportation. When we talk about the environment, perceptions really hinge on the city's parks and open spaces, and then air quality being sort of the next most important indicator of how residents feel about the city's efforts towards environmental sustainability and the things that they're particularly concerned about. And then for cultural implications in Provo, things that residents are interested in seeing as the city continues to grow and develop, arts and cultural programs and business development are sort of neck and neck priorities. So residents don't want to see the spirit of Provo, the cultural ambiance, sacrificed for economic development, but they do see bringing in those jobs and continued amenities as part of that cultural small business community that makes Provo, again, such a great place to live. So diving in here, to a little bit deeper. Again, average quality of life in Provo is quite high. You can see that distribution is really heavy on the upper end. So most of our residents gave a rating above 50 for the quality of life in Provo. A large portion of residents are above 75 there. So 78 on average is quite good. When we ask residents to what extent they agree with various statements about Provo as a whole, life in Provo, what it's like to live here, overall, we have a strong majority of residents who say they feel safe living in Provo. Majority of residents also agree that the city has enough parks, open spaces, and recreation to meet their needs. So again, the amenities and the character of the city really shine here. Residents feel that Provo is a great place to raise a family, that it has activities and amenities that are appealing for youth in the community, and that there are job opportunities for people like them in the city. These are all really important things that contribute to that quality of life. A majority of residents agree that the city does a good job of managing city services, that it has all the kinds of businesses they want it to have, and that it's the type of community that you could spend your whole life in. That one we fall just shy of half of residents who agree with that sentiment. Probably not particularly surprising when we think about the dynamics of the student population in Provo, but we are pretty balanced there in terms of divisive sentiments. So we have a strong cohort of residents who agree that Provo is the place they could see themselves spending their entire life. We also have a solid cohort of residents there who feel that they're here for a time, and that's okay. We have a majority of residents who also agree that Provo provides all the city services they think it should provide. So in terms of what the city has to offer residents, there's a lot of satisfaction here. Some of the areas where we have lower levels of agreement, we don't get a lot of dissent, but some more neutral or uninformed opinions. We have some fence sitters here. So nearly half of residents are unsure or unwilling to express an opinion as to whether the city is accommodating for elderly members of the community. So it's an especially young city. A lot of our residents don't really have experience with services for senior residents. Majority of residents feel the city is growing and developing in a positive way, but again, shy of half of residents say that they feel the city does a good job preserving natural resources. We have about a third of residents who decline to express an opinion there. Again, not a lot of dissent, but some sort of middle ground there where folks are maybe a little bit less informed or unwilling to express an opinion either way. And then the last one here, Provo is an environmentally city. 1 in 4 residents there neither agree nor disagree, with just 47% of residents agreeing with that sentiment. Yes.
Is something like Provo is the type of community you could spend your whole life in? So there's no clear cut answer there for that question. Is that typical? I mean, that's just sad to hear. So I'm wondering if that's an outlier or if that's like something we should pay attention to.
So I will say that is unsurprising to me given the student population in Provo. Okay. So if we look at those numbers broken out by student versus non-student population, we're looking at a very different story. I think just the nature of the college town explains a lot of that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, regarding that, so 44% of the survey people were supposedly students, about, the 18 to 24. Mm-hmm. Is that representative of the city? Are we about 44%? I didn't realize it was that high. I thought it was like 30-ish.
I think the average age in Provo is about 25 years old, which means about 50% of our population is younger than 25.
Amazing.
Yeah. Provo is exceptionally young, and the student population makes up a large portion of that. Yeah. We can go to the next slide. I don't know why it's not working again. Oh, okay. Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so we asked residents to rate a few specific aspects of the city as well. First, the walkability or pedestrian friendliness of downtown Provo scores quite high. 28% of residents give that an excellent rating, and a total of 73% of residents give it an above average rating. When we ask about the available parks and open spaces, 27% give those an excellent rating. Again, 76% give it above average rating, so quite satisfied there overall. Thanks for joining us, Mayor. Restaurants and dining options, 26% or 1 in 4 residents give those an excellent rating. And again, above 70% of residents giving an above average rating. And 24% of residents give the trails and trailheads in the city an excellent rating. Again, about 3 out of 4 giving above average ratings there. So a lot of satisfaction, really positive ratings for the amenities the city has to offer. Go ahead.
For the last question, the traffic and ease of traveling in the city, was there a specific district where that stood out? Was that higher, or just in general, is the sentiment across the board like?
That is
It's
a
a pain.
great question. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm happy to look after we wrap up here, but I will say when we have just 19% of residents giving an above average rating, even if 80% of residents in one district were satisfied, we would see that number quite a bit higher. So
Yeah, I'll give you a little context. So the
Sure.
west side of Provo, we often hear, it's not scientific feedback, but it's definitely feedback from residents that are asking about more connectivity
sure.
to the eastern side. I think a lot of that has to do with the lack of retail and such over there.
Right.
So they are the
All of
ones
the
that always
options are
have
on
to
the
travel.
list. Yeah.
So I was just curious if that part of the city jumped out. Unfortunately, it's split up in the different districts, but I don't know how your data can be aggregated, but I would be very interested to hear if there was something specific for the west side that stood out in that area.
Happy to follow up on that. Absolutely. As you can see, we fall below majority above average ratings for the retail and shopping options, although we're still at 42% who give that an excellent or good rating. And then the walkability and pedestrian friendliness of areas outside downtown Provo. And there are definitely some geographic patterns to that data in particular. There are areas of the city that are seen as much more pedestrian friendly than others, as you might imagine. When we look at which of the ratings of specific elements of the city and sort of agreement with various statements about quality of life in Provo, whether the city is safe, whether it's a good place to raise a family, all of those things that we've reviewed in the last 2 slides. And we do a little bit of a driver's model. So look at the correlation between satisfaction with various elements of life in Provo and residents' overall quality of life ratings on that 0 to 100 scale. We find that the things that are most indicative of high quality of life ratings are just the general atmosphere of Provo. So again, that's thinking about the amenities that are available, the parks, the recreation, the trails, the dining options, the entertainment options. All of those things really drive satisfaction or high quality of life ratings. Provo providing needed services. So when residents agree that the city provides all of the services that they would expect or need to see, they're also significantly more likely to give a high quality of life rating. So that's, I think, a big kudos to city staff and administration that the city is doing things that impact residents' lives directly. And then perceptions of safety in Provo, also a really strong statistically significant driver of high quality of life ratings. Perceptions that the city is growing and developing positively, that it's a good place for raising a family. If residents are satisfied with traffic and ease of travel, and now remember that was about 20% of residents who said that it had an above average rating in their point of view, but those residents are statistically significantly higher on that overall quality of life scale. And then residents who say that Provo has job opportunities for people like them are also statistically significantly more likely to express high quality of life ratings. So I think this gives a good sense of the things that are, again, driving that quality of life that are the most important overall to residents' day-to-day experience with the city. This starts to get at some of these trends throughout the city. We drilled down a little bit on neighborhood perceptions and how connected it is to the rest of the city, whether their area gets enough attention from the city, whether there are amenities available within residents' individual neighborhoods. And so we've broken this out by council district. You can see that residents in District 2 are especially likely to say that their neighborhood is connected to the rest of the city and that they have access to usable transit. I think that area of the city feels well attended to. We have lower perceptions or lower levels of agreement with neighborhoods having the right mix of business and housing, particularly in districts 3 and 4, and whether their neighborhoods get enough attention from the city. Again, particularly in districts 3 and 4, that's lower than average for those parts of the city. So maybe some sense of that east-west divide here. Also, when it comes to access to usable transit, District 4 is the least likely to agree with that sentiment. So definitely just a little bit less connected overall. And then residents in District 5 are also similar to District 2, especially likely to say that their neighborhood is connected to the rest of the city and that they do have access to usable transit. So definitely some disparity in perceptions there from residents in different areas of the city. But as you can see, across the board, really high marks for parks and recreation and generally for walkability. Even in District 3, where we have the lowest level of agreement there, we have nearly 2/3 of residents who say that their neighborhood is walkable. So. We asked residents what the most important issue facing Provo today and in the next 3 to 5 years is. When we think about issues today, the things that stand out the most are parking and traffic. I think we've heard this time and time again from Provo residents, but it definitely comes to the forefront here. And then we also hear a lot about housing. So how unaffordable it's getting, how the market is limited. And then there are some tensions between the student population and non-student population expressed here as well. When we ask residents what the most important issue in the next 3 to 5 years is, housing really rises to the top here. So we hear a lot about housing costs, housing crisis. Again, just affordability and availability of housing is top of mind for residents. And then some of the other things, there are concerns about infrastructure, schools, some of the things that just come with a naturally growing city. Those growing pains are, I think, right at the top of residents' minds when they're thinking about the next 3 to 5 years here. When we ask about planning for the future of Provo and what things are, or to what extent things are important to residents. So this is just a 1 to 4 scale. How important are each of the following aspects of planning for the future of Provo, for the future of our community? And you can see essentially everything is important here. Which is great to know, but not always helpful. Some of the things that are considered the most important overall are that the residents are most enthusiastic about. Managing and facilitating traffic flow throughout the city rises up to the top there, with 76% of residents saying that that's very important, and a total of 97% of residents saying it's at least somewhat important. And then preserving outdoor recreation opportunities, 72% of residents indicate that that's very important to them. 66% or 2/3 of residents say it's very important that we provide and maintain a mix of housing types at various price points. And then a majority of residents say that providing safe alternate transportation choices, becoming a more environmentally sustainable city, having a place for my children and family to live in the community, and maintaining low taxes are very important to them. So more than half of residents say that each of those things is very important. We fall below half there, but again, strong majority indicating that each of these aspects of planning for the future of the city is at least somewhat important to them. So in order to sort of tease out some of the trade-offs here, in this slide or in this set of questions, residents could say that everything was important. And maybe all of these things are very important to them, and it's difficult to prioritize. But we wanted to force a little bit of choice here and understand a little bit better if there were a hierarchy between these priorities. So as you can see, when we ask residents what the most important thing is to them and what the least important thing is to them, we have a slightly different pattern that emerges. So overall, the most important thing the thing that residents most frequently reported as the most important thing was providing and maintaining a mix of housing types at various price points. 16% of residents said that that was the most important priority overall. Only 3% of residents said that that was the least important priority overall. So the net score there is positive 13 in terms of most minus least. But it's also, I think, worth noting that that is a pretty decisive claim there, that this is an important priority, and we have few residents sort of detracting there. Similarly, maintaining or managing and facilitating traffic flow throughout the city, 14% of residents said that was the most important issue or priority the city could focus on. Just 2% of residents said that was the least important to them. The other things that got in the double digits, or I would say fell into the top 5 most frequently selected most important priorities, are having a place for my children and family to live in the community. 13% of residents indicated that that was the most important priority to them. 11% indicated that Provo becoming a more environmentally sustainable city was the most important priority to them. And 10% of residents indicated that maintaining low taxes was the most important priority for them specifically. When we look on the flip side of the coin there, the things that sort of fell to the bottom in the grand scheme of things, the things that were most frequently selected as the least important priorities were promoting accessibility, diversity, and inclusion, increasing equity in one's home, bringing in development opportunities that will contribute revenue to the city and diversify the tax base, and supporting arts and cultural programs. So if residents are thinking about a hierarchy that promotes their quality of life overall, we're talking about housing affordability and accessibility, we're talking about traffic, and we're talking about keeping taxes low and making sure that future generations of their family can still live in Provo. Go ahead. I'll come to you next.
Are there some things here we're just not going to reconcile, like wanting to maintain low taxes but not caring about diversifying the tax base? Like, is there like, do we just chalk that up to maybe people don't understand the tax system, or like, how do we reconcile that if we can?
Yeah, so unfortunately, public opinion is far from a silver bullet, and I will never claim that the public is consistent in all of their preferences. There really is no way to reconcile that. So that is an inconsistency in the data. Although I think it is still important to note that we have 10% of residents who said maintaining low taxes was the most important thing to them, with 7% who said that was the least important thing to them, right? So there's a little bit more give and take there. And when we look at diversifying the tax base, 12% said it was the least important, but 4% still thought that was the most important priority. So not perfect consistency, but it's not, maybe not quite as mismatched as it initially appears. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a similar question about that particular issue, but also when you presented the previous public input with the survey, you noted that there was more specific mention of active transportation and biking and walking, but then a high priority in the survey is air quality and traffic. And so in my mind, I'm saying, well, I don't see those as contradictions at all. Actually, I see that as a perfectly consistent principle. Granted, and I don't know, maybe you're going to give me the same answer. We don't really know. Do people understand that what actually would help air quality, for example, would be reduction of cars and therefore reduction of traffic, which would mean increase in public transportation, active transportation.
Sure. I think,
but they don't necessarily connect those dots, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Similarly, I think it's easy to say, well, I want air quality to be better and I want traffic to be reduced, but I'm not going to stop driving my car from my house to the grocery store or to campus or wherever I need to go.
Or on the
That's
flip
a problem
side,
for everyone else.
I want those reduced so I can drive my car easier through the city.
Yeah. So
those bikes out of the way. Yeah. Because they're so huge. They take up so much room.
Such a nuisance, right? Yeah. So I do think that you're right, that I think those ultimately the priorities are aligned with what we heard in that initial community input. I think how we get there or how residents think about these things may not be quite what we heard as vocally in that first round of input. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm wondering on increasing equity in the home, if this was done in April where equity was shooting up ridiculously, you're like, yeah, that's not a priority. It's happening on its own anyway. You know, is that the kind of thing that would explain why that number is so skewed?
I also think maybe this is something that residents don't think of as the city's place. Like they can increase the equity in their own home. That's a personal investment choice. So I wonder if maybe there's a little bit of that as well, that, you know, the city can stay out of my home and my equity. I'm making money just sitting here right now. But I think you're right. Yeah, it very well could be the timing.
Or maybe they thought it was about more equitable decision-making in the home. Just kidding.
We used the word equity, so we should be careful.
Councillor Fillmore?
Yeah, I think if I'm reading this right, I think it's important to maintain a certain perspective with this chart. These numbers here are not telling us the overall priorities or rankings of our citizens as a whole. What we've got here is people who listed these particular items as either their least or their most important priorities, right? I mean, this is not so much a guide to the general population as it is simply indicating individuals who rank these items least or most important, right?
Yeah, so it is sort of a forced choice lens for what is the highest priority to residents overall and what is the lowest priority. And the things that have more of a middling net value where we see a little bit more balance between residents who think that it's the most or the least important. For example, providing safe alternate transportation choices, we sort of net out there at zero. There are equal portions of the population who are really enthusiastic about that being a city high priority and who say that that should be the lowest focal point. So there is a lot of room for interpretation here within the hierarchy overall. I think the most important thing to look at is just those things that are the most polarizing in one way or the other. So we have more residents, a significant amount more residents saying that providing and maintaining housing types at various pricing or various price points should be a major focal point, and very few who say that that should not be a high priority for the city. That sort of give and take, that trade-off is what we want to emphasize here when we're thinking about the hierarchy or ranking of priorities.
Right. I just wanted to be clear that we're all seeing this correctly for what it is.
Thank you. The last thing on this slide, I know it's a lot of data on one screen, but the last thing we did here was look at what things residents feel the city currently does especially well, what things the city does best, versus what areas they've highlighted here need most improvement. You can see when it comes to recreation opportunities, a quarter of residents say that that's the thing the city does best. That doesn't need to be as high a priority because so many residents feel that this is something Provo performs especially well at. Similarly, we have a large proportion of residents who say that having a place for their children and families to live in the community is something that Provo does very well. And providing safe alternate transportation choices, 15% of residents feel that that's something that Provo does best. When it comes to areas that need the most improvement in residents' perception, that comes back to providing and maintaining a mix of housing types at various price points and managing and facilitating traffic flow through the city. So those are the things that are seen as overall the highest priorities for the largest share of residents and the areas that residents think the city needs to do the most additional work.
I just wanted to call out a couple of instances. So preserving outdoor recreation opportunities, it's important to people, but they already think we do it well, right? And then looking at accessibility, diversity, and inclusion, not so important to people, but they also think we do a poor job.
Yeah, definitely an area where residents see that there could be room for improvement.
Yeah, interesting.
Any other questions about this slide? Again, I know that's a lot on one screen. Okay, so we'll look at a few more of these trade-offs in specific issue areas. First, I want to talk a little bit about residents' attitude toward growth. This is quickly turning into a four-letter word across a lot of the Wasatch Front. So I'm a little bit reluctant to ask people how they feel about the pace that their city is growing or their community is growing. We have a majority of residents in Provo who feel that the city is growing too quickly. Just over a third who say the city is growing at an appropriate pace. I will say that 39% is quite high. So congratulations, residents are less dissatisfied here than they are in a lot of parts of the valley. I won't throw stones at anyone in particular, but this is actually a little bit refreshing. When we ask residents, again, sort of thinking about the things they'd like to see in the future as the city continues to grow and how they would like to get to and from various amenities in Provo. So the things that residents would most like to see in the future are additional community or recreation spaces, active transportation routes, and public transit routes. We have about a third of residents who are interested in each of these things, and then about 1 in 4 residents who are interested in seeing more food and drink, so restaurants or cafes in their neighborhood, activities, events, and programs, and then shopping and entertainment in their neighborhood. Just 15% of residents indicated that they would like to see more services in their area. So again, residents are highly satisfied with the services that the city provides. And then when we look at, again, sort of traveling to and from these types of things that residents would like to see in their neighborhood in the future as the city continues to grow and develop, the things that residents would most like to have within walking distance are active transportation routes and public transit routes, which I think makes sense. You'd like to be able to walk to or, take a short bike ride to the train or the bus or whatever type of transit you're taking. And then the active transportation routes as well. Everyone is really enthusiastic about trails and accessibility for pedestrian friendliness throughout the city, and especially in their neighborhoods. Those things are less desirable to drive to. But when we think about recreation spaces, 2/3 of residents would like to have that within walking distance of their homes in their neighborhoods. But residents are also willing to drive some extent, 5 to 9 minute drive gets you a pretty good distance in Provo if it's not rush hour. And a 10 to 19 minute drive covers quite a swath of the city as well. So residents are willing to drive to some of these amenities, and especially when we start to think about dining options, about activities and event venues, when we think about shopping and entertainment, more residents expect to drive to these things than to have them within a 5 or 15 minute walk from their homes. So even when they're thinking about what they would like to have access to in their neighborhoods, residents are thinking about traveling to these types of destinations or amenities, which I think comes back to the importance of managing traffic flow through the city. When we think about housing and development specifically, residents are most interested in seeing additional single-family homes with large yards. And student housing comes in a pretty close second, actually. I was pleasantly surprised to see about 1/3 of residents indicating that the city needs more student housing. Townhomes with individual yards and apartments come in 3rd and 4th here in terms of the share of residents who think that the city needs more of these types of housing. Provo, I will say, is relatively unique in this regard, that townhomes and apartments and things that residents would typically consider significantly higher density are much more palatable to a young, sort of in a life transition population like we have in much of Provo. There's about 1 in 5 residents who are interested in seeing more single family garden courtyard style homes and accessory dwelling units more commonly throughout the city. And then small shopping centers, again, just shy of 1 in 5 residents interested in seeing more of that. Just 8% of residents indicate that the city needs more senior housing. And 2% of residents feel that the city needs no more of any of these things, which is always astounding to me.
Where do McMansions on the foothills fall into? Just kidding. Councillor Fillmore had a question or comment.
Sure.
Yes, I wanted to drill down on this just a little bit more. I'm a little surprised by the student housing number. Are we talking there about, and I don't know if you differentiated between increased quantity of student housing or increased quality? mean, my sense is that we have an awful lot of student housing as it is, but there's considerable concern among students. A lot of it is aging and poor quality.
That is a great question, and we did not clarify here. We just asked what is most needed, and student housing was identified by about a third of residents as something that Provo really needs.
Yeah, I just think that's a very important point. The question really ought to be bifurcated. The second question I have is, when we're talking about student housing, that's one that really lends itself to breaking out the input between students and non-students. Can you help us there?
Yes, we will get to that in just a couple slides. I am first going to look at sort of what residents want in their area of the city. And then we have a student versus non-student lens, as well as a council district breakout. So that gives, I think, a relatively good sense of where people would like to see what types of housing supply.
Counselor Hanley has a question.
Yeah, you've alluded to other cities in Utah Valley without naming them, and I respect your desire to want to keep that under wraps, if you will. But could you give us a sense, for example, of what this might look like in other cities in the valley?
Sure. Yeah.
By comparison.
Yeah. So I think the student housing piece is relatively unique for a college town like Provo or parts of Orem. There are parts of Orem that want no more student housing at all. And they're up in arms about what is already there. I think if we were to ask a similar question in Lehigh, for example, and maybe excluding the student housing piece, townhomes, apartments, mixed use developments, all of those things are substantially less popular in other cities. I think mixed use has been done particularly well in areas that are already a little bit comfortable with density. And that is, I think, sort of part of the college town experience that residents have here.
And maybe you'll help us in a moment by dividing this out between student and non-student, but I'm assuming that, and maybe I'm wrong in my assumption, you can correct me, that most of those, townhomes, mixed use, single family, garden courtyard, ADUs, all of those seem less relevant directly to students necessarily. I mean, maybe students are in favor of those things too, but I'm guessing the data shows that residents who are non-student residents here
are more likely to
more likely here than elsewhere. That's really interesting. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. And I think part of it is just more familiarity, more comfort with existing density, with existing mixed use developments, with existing apartments. Having some supply of that, in some cases, not all cases, but when it's done well, that presence seems to breed additional comfort. Housing like this is certainly more popular in Salt Lake or South Salt Lake than it would be in Harriman, because Harriman is sort of grappling with a transition from being entirely large single family homesteads to a much smaller community. So I think that's a big part of it, is just the direction where we're coming from really informs what residents would like to see in the future. Yeah.
So I'm interested in why it's single family home with large yards. That adjective there is causing a little bit of concern for me, because I don't know what large means to anyone. And maybe it's better to have a single family home with a little yard that you don't have to, you know what I mean? But that's very different than a garden courtyard where it's a shared space instead of an individual space.
Sure. Yeah. And I will say this is certainly not meant to be exhaustive, but give us a sense of what types of things residents are most interested in seeing, what's the most appealing direction the city could go. So yeah, certainly we could have specified a yard parameter. I will say I and many other residents are not the best judge of distance. So if someone said, 50 feet of curb space versus 100 feet of curb space versus, many people aren't going to know what that means unless we're showing pictures. We opted not to drill down that far in this particular survey because we had so much ground to cover.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of ambiguity here, and I fully own up to that. I think the important thing to visualize is sort of the individual space versus shared spaces. So single family homes with large yards is relatively significantly more popular than a single family garden courtyard style development, or even more popular than townhomes with individual yards. So thinking about the scale of things is what we wanted to create enough room for contrast.
Right. I'm just interested that it's really a compound thing. So somebody who wants a single family would pick that even if they don't care about large yards.
That is entirely possible. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. So before we get to breakdowns between resident cohorts and what is appealing to who, we looked at which of these features residents felt would fit well in their area of the city, and to try and tease out a little bit of potential NIMBYism, what might be nice to have in Provo, but not my neighborhood. So the things that I think are interesting here, small shopping centers in particular, residents think would be nice to have somewhere in Provo, but certainly less popular in their own neighborhoods. Single family homes with large yards surprised me a little bit because we had 28% of residents who said that wouldn't necessarily fit very well in their neighborhood, but they think they belong somewhere in Provo. Apartments, 31% of residents said that would fit well in their area of the city. Again, that's relatively high for a high density housing development option. But 21% of residents did say that they would not like to have apartments in their neighborhood, but they would fit somewhere in Provo nicely. Townhomes, we have an equal proportion of residents who say that they would fit well in their neighborhoods and in other parts of the city. So a little bit of divisiveness there, but certainly overall a good share of appetite for that particular type of development. And then student housing, again, nearly equal proportions who say that they would fit well in their neighborhood versus not so much in their neighborhood, but nice to have somewhere. ADUs, slightly more popular in residents' own neighborhoods than somewhere else. So that's something that residents are willing to have in their backyard. That's a good relative housing market compromise in residents' minds. And then single family garden courtyard style homes, slightly more popular somewhere in Provo compared to residents' neighborhoods, but again, not unpalatable overall. Senior housing was something that residents felt would be significantly better fit somewhere else in the city. Again, we have an exceptionally young population, so this isn't particularly surprising. But overall, I think really interesting just how willing residents are to embrace some of these options for increasing the stock of housing options and some of those missing middle housing options. This is a look by council district for, again, those things that would fit well or that residents say would fit well in their area of the city. You can see residents in District 2 are especially likely to say that apartments and student housing would fit well in their neighborhood, as are residents in District 5. The things that would fit well or well in District 3 that are less likely to fit well in other places. Interesting small shopping center with multiple stores, restaurants, and other services. So again, that sort of disparity between the available amenities in District 3, residents in District 3 are more interested in seeing those types of accessible amenities. And then District 4, residents are especially likely to say that single family homes with large yards would fit well in their part of town, but they are interested in seeing and relatively enthusiastic about ADUs and small shopping centers in their area as well. And this is a look at the student versus non-student preferences. Again, what would fit well in residents' part of the city compared to what would not fit well. Student housing, significantly more popular among students. Students are much more likely to say that additional student housing would fit well in their part of the city. They're also much more likely to say apartments would fit well. And they're less likely to say that single family homes with large yards would make sense in their part of the city or would fit well where they live. Townhomes with individual yards, relatively popular for those students throughout the city, as are mixed use developments. You can see the non-student population much more enthusiastic about single family homes with large yards in their part of the city. But again, relatively high appetite or palatable attitudes towards townhomes with individual yards, ADUs, and single family garden courtyard style homes. And then just shy of 1 in 4 of those non-student residents indicate that mixed use developments and small shopping centers would fit well in their part of the city. Shifting gears a little bit here and focusing on transportation. So we asked residents what they felt the most important transportation issues for the city to address were. Reducing traffic congestion was number 1. A majority of residents felt that that was a high priority issue. And this question is one where residents were allowed to select up to 3. So when we see about a third of residents or more coalescing around something, it's a pretty good indicator that that's a high priority relative to other things. So traffic congestion, major priority for a majority of residents. Improving parking accessibility, also towards the top of the list there, and improving air quality. 36% of residents indicated that that was a top priority for them. After that, we fall to about a quarter or fewer of residents indicating that each of these things are top issues. But improving biking and walking experience between neighborhoods and other parts of the city, public transit or alternate transit options, and east-west mobility are the next most frequently identified transportation issues that residents would like to see resolved.
Do you have this one broken down by the student and non-students? All right.
So looking at, the patterns between the students and non-students regards to transportation in particular, parking accessibility and traffic congestion are especially high priorities for the student population, but the non-student population is also very enthusiastic about reducing traffic congestion. All of these other traffic issues are basically tied between students and non-students, although non-students are significantly more concerned about reducing neighborhood speeds than the student population is. And then when we ask residents overall how important it is to provide, for the city to provide safe alternate transportation choices, the student population is much more enthusiastic about the importance of providing additional transit options or transportation routes. So I think that's an interesting tension as well when we're thinking about how to serve the community as a whole, but also remedying many of those transportation issues that both students and non-students agree on. There is a little bit of a mismatch in terms of the level of importance or the severity of the issue when it comes to alternate transportation choices. We ask residents what sort of environmental ambiance aspects are especially important for the city to address, what types of recreation opportunities they would like to see. Preservation of open space was the #1 most frequently identified priority in regards to recreation and amenities. More small parks in neighborhoods was the second most frequently selected, which is a little bit surprising to me because there are so many small neighborhood parks in Provo. But that was a high priority for residents. And then more areas to enjoy the lakefront sort of rounds out the top 3 there. Then we have a roughly equal share of residents who are interested in seeing more connectivity between trails, areas for community gardens, and more connectivity of bikeable streets. When we ask residents what types of recreational activities or opportunities they would like to see in the city that aren't currently available, or things that they would like to see more of, the things that come out most frequently are actually really focused on lake access, or especially clean areas to recreate at the lake. Pickleball courts. Anytime I ask a Parks and Recreation question these days, I always hear about pickleball, so no surprises there. And then just additional connectivity of trails is also a pretty high priority. Okay, looking at some even more specific issue areas and again, some of the trade-offs between things that residents see as the most and least important and the things that the city does especially well versus the areas that need the most improvement. As you can see, when it comes to environmental goals that the city could pursue, a third of residents suggest that improving air quality is the most important priority there. Just 3% of residents say that that's the least important priority. So pretty decisive here, actually. And then when it comes to the least important priority overall, transitioning to an electric fleet for city-owned vehicles is something that residents don't see as particularly important when it comes to pursuing environmental goals. This is, again, maybe a case of inconsistency in outcomes and sort of processes or policies. Certainly, if the city were running electric vehicles, that could help improve air quality. But again, public opinion, not always consistent. It is interesting to me, though, that conserving open spaces and scenic areas is something that residents really coalesce around. Again, those recreation opportunities, the amenities that the city has to offer are really indicative of residents' quality of life. And then enhancing and restoring Provo River and other waterways was also a relatively high environmental priority for residents. Improving recycling, also pretty high on the list there. And you can see that's one of the areas that residents identify as in need of the most improvement. About 1 in 4 residents say that the city could improve its recycling opportunities. 30% of residents say that air quality in the city needs the most improvement. 35% of residents say that the city is doing especially well at conserving open spaces and scenic areas. So again, high praise for the parks and amenities available. When we think about equity and accessibility throughout the city, the thing that residents really coalesced around here, we had a majority of residents indicate that housing availability and affordability for all residents was the most important accessibility or equity goal the city could pursue. Pretty decisive, hands down option there. Other relatively less important, but still have a solid share of residents who say that some of these things should be the most important equity goals or accessibility goals. Access to open space for all residents, 13% of residents said that that should be the most important priority. 15% said that should be the least important priority. Again, a large share of residents indicate that's something the city currently does quite well. Employment opportunities for all residents. We have 10% of residents who say that that should be the most important goal. 15% though say that this, again, is something the city currently does quite well. And then access to transportation for all residents, 9% say that should be the most important goal the city could pursue. But again, 27% of residents indicate that that's something the city does particularly well currently. 38% of residents suggest that a diversity and inclusivity committee is the least important accessibility or equity goal that the city could pursue. Although it is, again, something that a smaller portion, but a portion of residents indicate that it's something the city could improve or could stand to improve. When we focus on arts and cultural programs in the city, overall, celebrating local art or artists and culture is seen as the most important priority for the city. Again, 30% there. This is something that residents think the city does relatively well right now. 16% say that's something the city does best, but 22% suggest that there's an area for improvement there. So I think continuing to emphasize opportunities to celebrate local art and artists and local culture is certainly something that residents are interested in. And then connecting to the university community is a divisive topic. 25% of residents suggest that that's the most important arts and cultural goal the city could pursue. 21% say that's the least important priority. 22% of residents say that this is something the city does especially well. 20% of residents say that this is an area where the city could use the most improvement. So again, certainly a divisive topic. There are very clear patterns between students and non-students for this one, as you might expect. Students are much more interested in seeing the city be more connected and involved with the university community. Non-students see that as a much lower priority relative to some of these other arts and cultural programs or goals. And then the other thing that I thought was worth pointing out here is just that 28% of residents suggest that the historic downtown area of Provo is a special highlight of the city. It's something the city does particularly well. So certainly worth maintaining the spirit and the opportunities to sort of recreate and gather there is something that helps define Provo's unique culture. In terms of economic goals, continuing to grow the local small business and startup community was the thing that residents identified as the most important economic goal overall. I think Provo is really seen as an entrepreneurial haven. It's seen as an opportunity city where people can sort of start their businesses and dive into economic and entrepreneurial ventures. So that's something that residents really coalesce around and would like to see continue to be supported. It's also something that residents think the city does well currently. Go ahead.
There've been a couple of cases like this where we see that kind of bifurcation. I'm wondering if that's not a bifurcation at all. I mean, it almost seems like they could be the same opinion. I mean, I took the survey, so I do remember thinking, well, I think it's the most important, but heck, I'd like to see even more of it. So I'm going to say it needs the most improvement,
Sure.
Even though I think we're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you don't necessarily have to imagine these numbers as competing against each other, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think these are separate questions for a reason, right? We want to understand, are there areas that residents say, this is my highest priority, and it's something that the city so far has ignored, or this is my highest priority, and it's something that I think the city is doing, but they should keep doing.
Yeah. I mean,
And I think this would indicate that, yeah, residents see that the city is already a good environment for small businesses
but they see
and
it,
local
they
businesses.
see it becoming like we're in the position now to become something even better.
They want to see that preserved going
Right.
forward, I think is
Okay.
what this data would suggest.
Thank you.
In terms of the least important economic goal overall, 43% of residents suggest that increasing commercial and industrial building developments is the least important priority for them when it comes to economic development in the city of Provo. And the last few slides here are just a quick look at our demographic composition. You can see about half of our residents indicated that at least part of their motivation for living in Provo was to attend a university. Certainly that's not everyone who's there now, but a lot of people who came here originally, at least, were here for school. Having family nearby or work and employment opportunities are also pretty strong drivers. And then again, parks and open space, the good neighbors and people, safe neighborhoods, and just overall family friendliness are other things that residents really coalesce around in terms of motives for living and staying in Provo. You can see 64% of our survey respondents are in the 18 to 34 age cohort. The US Census estimate for Provo suggests that 68% of Provo residents are between the ages of 18 and 34. So we feel pretty good about that matchup. It's usually difficult to get responses from this cohort in particular. So proud of that representativeness, especially. Most of our residents are married, and most of our residents identify as white. You can see we have a pretty good income distribution there, though, with our large student population, probably not surprising to see a good share of them making under $25K a year. 38% of our respondents indicate that they are full-time students, and 43% total are at least part-time enrolled in school, 57% non-students. Provo is a highly educated city, and most of our resident respondents are currently employed. A large share of our residents have been in Provo for less than 5 years, for nearly half at 42%. When we ask residents how long they expect to live in Provo, we get a little bit more variety there, with a good share, just over a third of residents indicating that they expect to stay in Provo for 5 to 10 years. It is funny how those plans change over time. We have a 40-60 renter versus homeowner split in Provo. And on average, we have 2 to 3 people per household represented in this survey. Go ahead.
So according to the census, the owner occupancy in Provo is 43%, but in this survey, you polled people who were 60% owner occupied. Is that right?
Let me double check that the labels on that pie chart are correct, because I believe we matched our 40% was the 43% owner rate. So let me double check that.
Okay, thanks.
I'll follow up. Thank you. It seems unlikely that we were that overrepresented, but that concludes the presentation for this afternoon. So I will turn the time back over to Brandon unless there are any questions.
Well, Brandon, I would assume that you were going to are you coming back another day to cover recommendations, policy recommendations, things like that?
I was going to ask your opinion on that. I'm ready to
I
go
think
now.
absolutely. We don't have time now.
Right.
So if you can come back next meeting
Yeah,
and say, all right, here's our takeaways from this.
that seems reasonable to me.
Just because we got a full meeting and I'm not sure where we could shave it.
Sounds
So,
good. Okay.
So if you were planning on that, sorry, but I mean, I think we asked so many questions, that's why, which is good.
Yeah.
And that was super helpful, to have that information, Kyrene, and Brandon, thank you all for what you guys did to put together that survey. Mayor, by the way, welcome to the mayor who joined us, Mayor Kafusi. Thanks for joining us. I guess, Councilor Ellsworth.
Quick comment. I mentioned this to Bill Pepperoni maybe a week or so ago, but if the staff is proposing amendments or changes or edits to the general plan, it would be most helpful to see those like redlined or highlighted and have a side by side for general plan revisions.
Our recommendations are high level at this point, so we don't have any red lines or anything for you to look at this point. We actually told you we wouldn't do that until we had given you this survey and gotten feedback from you. So,
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll come back, get some high level feedback. We can ask some more questions and discuss it a little more, and then maybe give the city staff some more direction. So, but yeah, I just want to say thank you to the administration for taking the effort to do that, time and resources. So, okay. Next is a presentation regarding parking along Center Street in the downtown area of Provo, our highly valued historic downtown area. This is Tom Thorpe, Parking Program Manager. I'm starting to like this Tom more every time we see him up here.
So I brought these as just some examples that I think it's important that you can see these as part of the discussion and grasp.
Hey, Tom, just for the recorder, don't say anything unless it's in a mic.
So I brought these just so you could see how much time and effort was put into the wayfinding program. So you don't have to get up and look at them now, but when I'm done, I want you to come touch and feel them and take a look at them, because I'm going to use these to sell something to you in our discussion. So I was asked to really focus on Center Street in this discussion, and that's what I'm looking to do. So if we start off, next slide, please. Looking at what is available for parking for customers, business owners, employees on Center Street. Then we'll talk about how is parking accommodated on Center, parking enforcement, how often are we enforcing and patrolling, how we are focusing on Center Street over other areas, what business owners are complaining about, and about our enforcement complaints. Then we'll go into how are we ensuring the public has access to surface parking and structured spaces, and future plans for parking on Center Street. Next slide, please. So parking on Center Street. There are 349 stalls available on Center Street. The stalls are basically a first come, first parked, and it's free for a 2-hour limit. The parking is patrolled by one officer with a license plate recognition vehicle. The vehicle patrols up and down Center Street, both sides, the north and the south. The computer and the camera in the vehicle takes a picture of the license plate, geo marks where that car is. And then as it comes back 2 hours later, it sees the same car, the same license plate, in the same location. It measures where the bumper is on the street, so it knows it's exactly in the same place. At that point, a citation for parking over the 2-hour limit is issued. We also issue citations for expired registration. There's no distinction between citizens and employees of the businesses in the area. And we do have a lot of employees that park on Center Street. We've heard from some business owners, they would like us to patrol longer than 6 p.m. And we can do that. I would prefer to have one more full-time employee to handle that because that will still stay into 10 p.m. So we have someone there every day manning the vehicle.
So I have a quick question. If we extended it to 9 p.m., wouldn't you only really have to be patrolling until 7 since you get that 2-hour period?
But we still patrol to 10 other areas of town.
You do patrol other areas of town until 10 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So this would just be changing the patrolling in the Center Street.
It'll give me a reliable employee instead of having to work to find part-time employees that are work until that time.
And so we do have areas that are restricted until, is it midnight then with the 2-hour parking? Like why 10 o'clock?
Because we'll still enforce fire lanes, we'll still enforce
Okay.
no parking zones, we'll still enforce crosswalks.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sorry, you mentioned that some people want it longer. Is that a majority of businesses? Is it like, how many people are we talking about? Do we have any?
Speaking with Quinn from DPI, it's really here and there. So I don't know that it's necessary right now. I think we handle it pretty well. And most of the citations that would be written after 6 are really just safety citations. Again, parking at a fire hydrant, parking at a crosswalk, those types of issues.
I guess I'm curious, is that because of events? Is that why we get some businesses complaining, they're close to the Covey Center and so they get more people parking there certain nights? Or because I would imagine most nights it's not that busy, right?
It's not that busy. So
Okay.
Friday night and Saturday night, we are above 85% capacity. 85% is what we look at as we consider the street full.
Okay.
If you look at the next dot, the next issue,
Bullet point.
during events, we fill downtown.
Okay. So you might have so on a Friday, Saturday, you're 85% full pretty much everywhere. And then
98.
even during the week, if you have an event, you might be that full as well.
Yep.
Okay.
And so when there's something happening at BYU, we'll be that full as well. So, which is a good thing. We want downtown full. We want to make it, we want to get more restaurants down here and make it a very happy place to come. We don't want officers issuing tickets if we can avoid it. So we want them to be officer friendly and, drive around and encourage them to spend their money. As far as complaints for citations, that was one of the questions I was asked to talk about. The first level complaints go to Sandy Busio. She'll review them. She'll look at them to see if it was a good citation. Is it legal? Was it great? Do they have a history of citations? If it's their first citation, most of the time they get the citation is changed to a warning. Now, if it's something like blocking a fire hydrant, blocking a crosswalk, no. Those are safety citations, and don't let her change those to a warning. If they want to appeal above Sandy, they go to me. I'll review them and we'll look at the circumstance of what happened. And then complaints about the street itself, like the sidewalk. If they say the streets needs repair, I'll talk with Public Works and we'll look at the area and try to get some repairs scheduled. And if it's just how the street's operating, I'll work with Public Works. And if it's just the image of the street, I'll talk with Quinn from DPI and see if we can get something worked out. So really want to, like I said earlier, I really want this Center Street to be Provo's. If it's the first image of Provo, I want it to be a good one. Any questions?
And a related question, I guess, if I could.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm subbing for Travis. You had to step out.
Thank you. Is the PEG parking done in their building? I know some of the employees and owners of businesses had used the south end of the Smith's parking lot prior, to do longer term parking. And then when that disappeared, because of the construction there, they didn't feel like they had a close place to go for their employees. Is the PEG parking done? And if not, like, when is it done? And then do we know how they're going to manage pay for parking versus, how they're going to restrict parking within that building?
So I know they submitted their final review online into the system. I don't know if they have a certificate of occupancy. I know the garage is gated, so they'll have some sort of ticket for public to pull to get in. And as far as customers, they'll issue either a prox card like what we use for our doors. Find mine. Same type of card can be used, and I don't know specifically what they chose to use. I know they use flash system gates, so it can be something like this.
So there won't be an attendant. So how would the public park there if there's no attendant?
Pull in, pull a card.
Take a card, and then you pay on the way out type of thing? Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay, let's go on to wayfinding. So this is where I brought in my visual aids. The wayfinding efforts were done very well. But as I've been asked repeatedly to look at them, they've kind of fallen behind over the last maybe 10 years. It was a great project. It was very well designed, and it just hasn't been pushed forward. I've heard two different numbers of how much we've accomplished. One number was about 20%. One number was 50%. Now, if you look at the middle of the screen, there's a giant number there that you're going to find very frightening. So I got to sell you on this. And this is a very important thing to downtown to keep it rolling and get people to where we want them to spend money and have a great time on Center Street and downtown. I think the most important thing that we should look at right now, instead of that $300,000, I would like to go back to this concept I've talked to you about several times of a Park Provo app. I think we should push our money, which is very valuable at this time, towards an app. I know from researching the industry right now that more and more cities are going to an app. I think we push the app now and address this year by year slowly with a new RFP to see if we can't bring down the costs on this. Because these signs that were ordered are incredibly expensive. And I have kind of a little handout for you to kind of show you what was ordered and some prices in there.
Can I ask a question while you're passing that out?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. So help us understand putting resources towards the app. In meetings past, the Comments been made to me that the app is up, running, we're ready to use it, we're ready to go, it's already exists, all we got to do is plug in and move. So help me know what that means.
This is as far as I can find that anyone worked on a Provo app. They developed the QR code for the city. So the QR code that you'll see if you scan it with your phone, that will take you right to the parking page. So that was the first step that was finished, but that's as far as it went. So it's not been done. It hasn't been done much. I've talked with Flowbird about bringing them on board for that on-street parking trial, and they can help work on an app, but it won't be a Park Provo app. It won't have everything we need to do. So what I would envision is that we work on it ourselves. We hook it to the airport. We work downtown into it. We work the BYU campus into it. We work the UVU campus into it. The water park, even, as much as we can. We try to download the trail onto it. And that's something I've talked with IT about, whether we can do it in-house, which we might be able to do, or putting out an RFP for it. It's not my specialty. I know just enough to kind of burn my fingers on it. And I've talked with IT. I promised I would leave them alone for a couple of weeks once we're all moved into the new building. But we'll start that process. And when I have enough information to come back to you, I will. Let you know what it's going to cost and whether we can do it internally or if we need to do an RFP. But I think that's a better spend of our money right now instead of the $300,000. But we will need to start to allocate that to finish these signs.
So help me understand, again, maybe I'm just forgetting what I've been told in the past, but the airport has its first flights going out this week, right? Which is exciting. So parking, the app for parking is not set up. None of that's ready to go for the airport at this point, but it was intended to be that way. We're going to do an app for parking at the airport. Is that, do I understand that correctly? I thought that was already set up and we were going to be able to piggyback off that for other things in the city.
And talking to Flowbird, that was never part of the original discussion. So Flowbird is managing the gate systems. I've talked with their rep and I asked him for a quote for the airport system today. And I have a quote for our trial parking. So I just asked him for a quote for the airport because I knew that's what you were looking for. I should have that quote tomorrow. I'll talk with Mr. Torgerson and get that set up as fast as possible.
So the structure of these apps is not we pay a margin for everything every time somebody scans. It's you pay these companies, these tech companies to set up your app and you pay them some kind of flat fee to get it all set up. And then I assume you also pay them some kind of ongoing maintenance for.
It's usually passed on with the user fee, and you can negotiate that it all goes to the user fee or that we pay part of that user fee. So there's a couple ways that it can be done.
But there is an upfront cost and some kind of ongoing user fee that people are paying as they use it. Okay. Thank you.
And it depends on the company, and it depends. We'd have to sit down and negotiate how we want it to be done.
Okay. Thanks.
So how is parking being done right now at the airport?
I don't know. That's not been part of my job function.
So I can speak to that if you want me to. We were all ready to go. We've got everything in place. We're missing 2 components that are delayed due to supply chain. And so now won't be here. Last we heard was the third week in September. Tomorrow Allegiant flies its first flight out. Breeze flies August 3rd, its first flight out. And hopefully by the end of August, we'll have those components. We have the gates and everything ready to go. It's similar to Salt Lake. You pull a ticket, the gate raises, you go park, and then you feed the machine your ticket on your way out and pay for your parking. I told them, Brian, let's just get out there with those little aprons folded in half like they use at county fairs and just collect the money and put the ticket on the windshield. He didn't think that was funny. So we are gonna do a phone call on about it today, but we will open without what we were hoping to have in place tomorrow.
I believe there is a payment section in our LPR system, so we may be able to help on that. Let me check.
Yeah.
And I may have other options that we can get into quickly.
Yeah, I think I'll tell you the first flight comes in tomorrow. Let's see, arrival at 9:25 and then it turns around and departs at 10:11.
Let me beat the weeds and see if I can get something for stopgap.
That'd be great.
So anyway, back to wayfinding. Anyway, I think the app would be a now, but we should really look at budgeting for the signage and look at doing an RFP to complete the project at once instead of a little bit here and a little bit there, because it just eats us up.
So I have a question. What is left in that portion that needs to be completed of the project? Like number of signs, types of signs? You gave us this. Are we missing like 5 of the first one and 4 of the second one? Like that kind of thing.
I found all this when we were moving and digging through piles. So I don't have a good idea. I'll bring it to you in the next couple of weeks.
So we've got an estimated cost for completion, but that seems like it must be an incredibly vague estimate if we don't yet know what those signs would need to be or where they are.
It's based off of this report from 2018 that I pulled these from. So there's one section here that one year they spent 81,000, and it's the completion was 30% and 20% with 173,000. So those numbers, looking at them, seem really disjointed.
And I can speak to that a little bit as well too. The previous council, they wanted to make sure there was this the historical theme, the standard for downtown Provo, and they pushed it out to Third West. So as you start pulling in on Third West, you'll see that the historical poles are there and it starts to give the downtown feel. Prior to that, it was only Center Street. And the previous council wanted to push it out, that historical feel, but those poles come at a cost. They're some 3 times as much. And so that might give you a little bit of a background of how this all began with these historical downtown looking thematic poles that used to only be on Center, and now it's pushed out to Third West. And I think we're out to, I'm not sure, Keith and Bill, is at Third North as well. It's kind of that whole area now they are putting in the more expensive to give the feel of historical downtown.
And it looks great, and it's who we are. So I wouldn't abandon it, but I would, when we do it, we need to just do it and get it over with. It's instead of doing this piecemeal at a time. So any other questions?
Just my 2 bits when talking about the parking. I do think ideally the bigger picture, we need to look at a whole city app that has parking as part of it, where to find parking, calendar events, city events, I do think pay your utilities. I do think ideally looking at the bigger picture of a Provo City app that includes parking would be a good thing to look into.
I have to respectfully disagree with you as my app, Park Provo. All right, so the garages. We really only own the Marriott garage, and it's kind of a sad deal. But I think if we push forward with the idea of a parking authority, it helps us better manage what we have. We have parking as few as 20 stalls in some of the garages that were guaranteed to be public, and the rest were for the garage owners. But the Marriott, we have a good deal of the ownership, and I can give you a list of that if you want. You know, we have, or I can email it to you if you want numbers, but.
Yeah, it'd be helpful to get kind of a census of what our rights are to certain stalls at different buildings. But a follow-up question to that is in the agreements, when we gave them something, you know, for having right to public access, whatever that was, is the other side of that contractually that they will keep it safe, lit, you know, and always have a working, you know, gate of some kind or some method that public can actually get in? Because I feel like some of the complaints we get are that, you know, there's supposed to be public access at some of these locations, but they're not lit, they're not safe, they don't have real public access. They have access, but it doesn't feel like public access. So anyway, I just wonder if
that's the case.
Okay.
In a lot of them. I can send you the whole contract, which will make your eyes bleed, but I'll give you the shortened version.
Are they consistent across all these different?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Bill and Keith and I have been through them all. I've met with Marcus about them, and they weren't organized the best way. So you'll read them and you'll get a good idea what the complaints are, and that they have valid complaints. But I think if we were to work with them and try to get into a partnership with them, we could maximize their use. Especially if we as a parking authority could say, hey, let's all put in the same gate systems and run it off the same computer. We could easily audit each garage separately. We could track the monies that they could get their share off of it. Obviously, we'd have to ask them to pay into the management of the garages. But using the technology, we could see how many leases were in each garage, how many public parking used each garage. And we could use that money to upgrade, put some of these more expensive signs to guide people in, but also to put tracking in there for how many came in, came out, and start building a fund for repairs and upkeep, cleaning, and those type of things. And I think that's really what's important, because in every one of them, there's a stipulation that they have to maintain it, keep it safe and clean for public.
Thank you.
I'll get that to you this afternoon, if not in the morning. So the future of Center Street, if you'll go 2 slides, please. Where'd that thing go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So what I'd like to see in the future, I know we're going to be reconstructing Center Street, and I work closely with Public Works. I talked to them about their ideas and what they've talked to me about what I'd like to see. I know we need to add ADA stalls on Center Street. That is a problem that we need to address when we rebuild. But I would like to see us put EV chargers, fast chargers in there. Some of you may not be aware that the batteries tend to just burst every now and again, and it's thousands and thousands of gallons to put them out. So I'd love to see us not charge in our garages and charge out on the main street, where it makes it really easy for fire to come put them out. And I'd like us to join this system where we can actually make money off charging, and have a way to recover our costs with power. Then we need to probably look at the paid on-street parking again in the future. And then revisit City Code 9.90 for the authority to create the on-street parking management areas and the parking authority. So those are things that have come up when I've been speaking with our attorneys. So
Is this your last slide, Tom?
that's it.
All right. Questions?
Yeah, can you tell me how much it costs for each of those EV fast charging stations?
So you usually do it with a lease with one of the bigger companies. They get a certain percentage of the charge cost.
So we'd probably be doing this in conjunction with Provo City Power. But can you give me a ballpark?
I want to say about $70,000 a unit.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thanks, Tom.
All right.
Next item is a presentation from the Housing Committee regarding ADUs and their expanded use in zones primarily zoned for housing. Malia Daly, policy analyst, would be presenting for us. Malia, if there's any way to shave off 5 or 10 minutes, that'd be great.
All right, we will shave off 5 to 10 minutes. I believe in us. Okay, so if you remember at end of the year 2021, we passed an ADU ordinance to come into compliance with HB 82. Along with that, there was also a promise that the Housing Committee would reconvene this year and address ADUs and further expansion and different pathways for that. So the Housing Committee has been working on that this year, and we're going to go through what they have proposed. And these are the 5 decision points that we want specific feedback on today. And so I'll kind of walk through these, but if members of the Housing Committee, if you want to add any of your commentary as well, that would be great. So the first one is one of the decision points that we had last year. We had quite a longer discussion on, which is occupancy limit. Then we also had, this is one, and then these next 4 are original ideas that the Housing Committee has come up with. And I have the exact language here in these slides, but we also have the ordinance in your packet. And for the public, that's available online. So permitted use in areas primarily zoned residential on the west side, just internal. And then they came up with a 3 pathway approach to expanding ADUs incrementally throughout Provo. So I'll go through those, but pathway 1 is by neighborhood, 2 by street block faces, which I'll explain what that means, and then contiguous property. So a property that is touching or next to an already ADU allowed zone. So occupancy limit, this is that first decision point and the first discussion that we'll have here. And this is the language that we're changing in the city's ADU code. So ADU shall not be occupied by more than 3 instead of 2 related or unrelated adults together with any minor children of those adults. So for efficiency in our discussion, I'll go ahead and stop there and let the Housing Committee, if you want to add anything to that, and anybody else on the council.
So, all right. So just so I understand, right now, somebody has a home and they're in an area where an ADU is legal. Let's call it a basement apartment.
Yes.
They could have a basement apartment. There could be, John and Jane are married. They own the home. Then they could rent the basement to 3 more individuals.
Currently it's 2.
Right. So with this, it would be 3.
We're proposing to change it to 3.
Okay. Then let's take a standard home. Like, let's say I have a rental property. I don't, but I have a townhome that I rent. Right now, I can rent that to up to 3 unrelated individuals.
Yes.
this doesn't change that at all.
Nope.
Okay.
This is only ADU policy.
This is only ADU policy. And the sticking point as to why last year, going back and listening to those discussions, why we didn't change it, it's because HB 82 says it has to be, and Brian can jump in when I say something wrong. HB 82 has the language for 3, but because our code had 2 for ADU as an occupancy limit, we were grandfathered in to keep 2, but as soon as we go to 3, we cannot reduce it back down to 2. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, with this caveat, I would say that it's only arguable that we're grandfathered.
Yeah.
There's an argument that we're not. In fact, I would probably go so far as to say we're not convinced that we are, but the council wanted to preserve the argument that we were grandfathered so that we could make that argument.
And can I just add real quick to this one? We came out of committee. The committee is not unified on this change, just so you know. But I felt like it was important to have an up-down vote on this element. When we left the meeting last year with this change, one of the council members that's no longer on the council that voted for us to preserve the 2 said right after the meeting, I wish I would have known or talked through the compliance situation with this before we had the meeting, because I would have voted for it to go to 3. And so that's the reason I thought we needed to bring this back and have an up-down vote sooner than later. It was a close vote, and the council member that swung it is saying, like, if I would have just understood the issues associated with it, I would have pushed it to 3. The other issue, and this is the issue all along for me, and the reason I didn't vote for the 2 last year is I think we're in a weird situation if we say to a homeowner that has 3, bedrooms in their basement, hey, as a city, we know you've got sufficient off-street parking. We know you have sufficient room to safely have, 3 unrelated adults. And we're just telling you no, like you can't do that. I think that's strange. I mean, it's a slippery slope, right? Because we as a city tell a lot of people a lot of things that they can and can't do. But in this particular case, I think it's very strange. I think most basements will have 2 or 3 bedrooms and could realistically have 3 unrelated adults in them living comfortably and safely. And as long as they have the off-street parking, I think we should allow a homeowner to do that.
I just have a quick comment. Sorry, Malia, you want to move forward. On occupancy, this specifically, there is this is probably the law that is most impossible to enforce. There is no viable mechanism to enforce 2 people or 3 people or 4 people. And I hope people don't abuse it, but the more time we ask staff to spend on this specific thing, and the less consistent it is across the city, and the more convoluted it is across the city, the more resources we're wasting.
And Shannon, on a related note to that, if I can, I think what we're doing by this policy specifically is we're hurting the people who want to follow the law, but not the people who don't care, right? So the people in Provo who want to follow the law are going to follow the 2-person rule, and the folks who aren't worried about that are going to have 4 or 5 people, and we're going to have to enforce based on parking and other issues, right, associated with that property. And so I guess it's especially punitive to those folks who are actually trying to follow the rules in Provo, and that also seems perverse and strange.
Councillor Hanley, then Councillor Whipple.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I also regretted my vote on this and would like to, I mean, I recall that I voted in favor of the number 2, and I think number 3 is the correct number for the reasons you've outlined. So I'm grateful that we're revisiting it and would like to support this proposed change.
One thing that I wanted to add is this makes it more consistent for any unit in the city. So an apartment or a townhome or whatever, you can rent it to 3 adults. It was really strange that the ADU was treated as a different kind of dwelling unit for the number of occupancy. And so I like making things more clear and consistent.
I've talked to apartment owners, and I know that right now there's a lot of empty student apartments. There's a lot of apartment student housing that's not being used. One thing I do think that we have such a unique demographic here, and I know it's hard for married students to find housing, and I do worry that this pushes more of the students into ADUs and other places and will make it harder for married small families to find housing. So that's one thing that I think about.
The idea being if I can rent my basement apartment to 3 students, I'm going to get more money than if I could rent it to a young couple or something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, keep going, Malia.
Okay, well, if anyone would like to make a motion to vote on that, we can, or we can.
Wait, can we vote on that in a work
Well, you
meeting?
can just indicate, it's not an action item, but you can just indicate kind of what you think. So then we have a recommendation going forward when we come to a night meeting to discuss an actual passing of an ordinance.
Put another way, we still need to draft the ordinance, but if you make small motions to tell us what to put in the ordinance, that helps us in the drafting.
Well,
Because then that night we don't have to go through everything.
I would like to make a motion that we include the number 3 as the occupation limit for ADUs, for occupancy limit for discussion at a evening meeting.
I'll second that.
A discussion on the motion. I guess I was kind of thinking I would wait to hear what else we're thinking of putting in. I guess
Let's just get through them.
just want to do them one at a time.
Let's just knock them down.
And we can do it that way, but Chair Hoban, I think the desire from staff, and you can certainly hold off on voting. The issue is that based on the discussions in the committee, we're not at all sure that the majority of the council will agree on all of the options. So it's a little bit easier for us to break each option into individual pieces to know, because otherwise you may end up with a motion to do 5 different things and somebody making a substitute motion to only do 4 of them. And
Okay.
it's complicated.
Councilor Fillmore, go ahead. Councilor Fillmore, are you on mute?
No longer. I apologize. I was distracted by a domestic matter here a little bit ago, so I missed part of the discussion. And so if I'm redundant, forgive me. I guess my primary concern here is that we already have such a disproportionate amount of rental properties in the city, particularly for student renters. And the fact that we have empty rental units as it is, combined with the fact that we still don't know the impact because it hasn't been implemented or studied that long of BYU's policy change. It seems to me to be a bit early, a bit too early to make such a major change. I'm particularly sensitive to the point that Councillor McKay has raised. This will shift landlord preferences away from young couples in favor of 3 individuals, unmarried individuals. And I think there's a larger need in my mind to accommodate young families right now, because the number 2 or 3, as we all know, pertains not to total numbers, it pertains to adults. And while David Shipley's comments are certainly persuasive, they're not enough to get me over the hump. And I would stick with 2 for now to wait and see what BYU's policy change results in.
Can I ask maybe somebody from the committee who is pro 3 to comment on that? So, because that's kind of compelling to me, is like, well, okay, couples as opposed to students, and there's enough student housing, but not enough couple housing.
I'm not on the committee. I was on the committee. Here's the thing with these kinds of issues, we can't tell people who is allowed to rent their basement and who's not allowed to rent their basement. We can't say this married couple is allowed to rent the Johnson's basement, but this unmarried couple not allowed to rent their basement. We can't say this married couple is allowed to rent your basement, but not this old married couple. We just can't be social engineering the economy like this. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a conservative principle. And there is no mechanism for us to do that, nor is it justifiable in good governance.
And I would just
If I might interject, my comment does not have to do with discrimination. It simply has to do with the practical effect of the numbers. We're not telling the landlords who they can and can't rent to. We're simply saying the number is 2. It may have a practical effect along those lines, but we are not advocating a discriminatory approach.
Our attorney has said that it's not totally justifiable for us to keep 2. And I think as soon as the state legislature hears what we've done with ADUs in general and how we've flouted the clear mandate and that we are pretending to grandfather in 2, I think they're going to be very ticked. And I think Provo will be used as the bad example across the board.
Well, our own legislators are telling us that we are in compliance and we're not flouting anything.
And Bill, maybe I would just say, I don't see, I guess I don't see a widespread change happening in Provo toward 3 unrelated adults over young families with this change. What I see is if I have 3 bedrooms, I might do 3, unrelated adults. And if I have 1 bedroom, I might keep the couple in my basement. I don't see this overnight shift to all over Provo. All of a sudden, no one has young married housing anymore as far as ADUs. And I guess I'm more confident that the marketplace will adjust for that young families and young couples will still have housing. Maybe some of these folks who have these apartment units that have empty space right now, will fix them up, will improve them, and will make them better for couples going forward instead of the singles that they had before. I think the market will adjust for things like that. I guess I'm more concerned that if I'm a property owner and I have off-street parking and I have 3 bedrooms, that I should be able to rent to 3 individuals, 3 adults.
Well, I understand that perspective from a property owner's perspective, David. That's my issue is that I think this, along with other policies, and given the enforcement difficulties, encourages absentee landlord purchases of such structures and pushing the envelope with respect to maximizing single renters. That's my concern.
Okay, George.
I just want to make a quick point that I just to echo what Mr. Shipley was saying. I think people who intended to have their home rented to 2 people will still rent to 2 people. That's the vast majority of the ADUs in my neighborhood. And they typically end up being married couples. I don't know how individual renters decide who they want to rent to, but I don't want to use as our justification for a policy change, even informally, to be we're trying to get more married people into homes. That feels discriminatory to me. I mean, if the issue is 2 is too many or 3 is too many, that's another question, but I don't feel like it's appropriate for us to be using that as a justification. And I don't actually think we have any evidence that it would slide the scale one way or the other in any case. Because as Mr. Shipley said, I think if people are intending to rent to more than 2 people, they'll have the space for it. If they're not going to have the space for it anyway. And most people, most of the homes designed in this way have tended toward just the one bathroom, 1 room accommodation for either 1 person or a couple.
I do think we should keep in mind the reality that some couples will have children. And it won't just be, it could be 2, 3, or 4 children for that matter. That's the landlord's decision whether he wants to do that and whether he charges extra for multiple children. The other point I wanted to make was we have spent some time as a council talking about the need for a housing audit. And it looks to me like we are preempting that and making a policy decision here regardless of what that audit may tell us in the future.
Thank you, Councilor Fillmore. I think we just need to call for a vote because I can count I think there's 4 votes at least, so we're probably just belaboring an issue. I don't think anybody's changing their vote.
Well,
All
what
right,
is the
so-
status of the housing audit?
Pardon?
What is the status of the housing audit that we have all endorsed?
So the status of the housing audit is another, basically, it's being done at a state level. So, but we can give more information on that. Let's get the vote. We don't need to do a roll call. Right, Brian? For this one, we don't. It's not.
Right, since you're not
Yeah.
passing an ordinance or a resolution,
So-
you don't need to.
All in favor? So in the chamber, well, let's go with those opposed. What do we say? Is that what we say? I'm getting church and council mixed up.
They say yea or nay.
All right, those who are opposed, go ahead. Counselor McKay, Counselor Fillmore, what's your vote?
It would be no.
Thank you. All right, so that passes 5-2. Okay, keep going, Malia. Actually, do you want to answer Counselor Fillmore's question on the housing audit?
Yeah, I can add some information to that. So I reached out, well, first planning staff did a lot of work. They gathered a lot of data from the county and from our own records and started to put together a database. And we realized at that point it was going to be hours and hours of work. So I reached out to Gardner Institute and also ULCT to see if they had any contacts for people who are doing similar type of work. Carson from ULCT told me that they actually lobbied the legislature last year and got some funding for DWS at the state and then also the Gardner Policy Institute to do a joint housing audit of every city and county in the state. So that way there's a statewide database that all cities and counties can use, and that'll be done within the next 12 months. So as a housing committee, we discussed that and came to the conclusion that there's already funding and there's already experts working on a housing audit. And so we're just going to wait for that to be finished instead of putting forth our own resources towards that.
Okay, thank you, Malia.
No problem. Okay, so the next one down, 4 to go. The next one is west side permitted use. So this is the language that we've added in the second section of the code. And that is just, I'll just read it, notwithstanding subsection 3, the use of an internal, which is important to note as far as capacity issues for public works. This is just for internal ADUs. In areas zoned primarily for residential use is a permitted use in all areas west of Interstate Highway 15. So the west side and all primarily residential areas, internal ADUs would be a permitted use. So, yes.
I'm just curious, do you know what percentage of homes on the west side of I-15 have basements? Like proper walkout basements, like that depth?
I don't have the data specifically for that. We do have some housing audit data that I could try and get for you, but I don't have anything off the top.
Anecdotally, some of them have kind of half basements, right? Where there's just like.
Yeah, there is a water table issue on the west side, so a lot of homes wouldn't even be able to have a basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so new construction is, they're finding ways around that. A lot of the new construction is able they're able to have basements, but a lot of the existing construction does not.
Okay, but the intent of this, I mean, what this really gets at is that on the west side, there's generally very few basements, and this would disallow detached accessory dwelling units. So the only really truly feasible accessory dwelling unit on the west side would be something that is on grade attached, right?
Right. And the idea being that most of the new construction in the city of Provo will happen on the west side, and most of that construction would be internal ADU eligible, and we want that to be the case.
And it was also in mind, we had a lot of discussion about some sort of buffer zone around BYU, and we kind of approached that in different ways. And we figured this was a good place because it's quite a buffer from campus.
Maybe I can speak to that a little bit because the committee has had a lot of discussions about where to kind of start with an expansion and a lot of disagreement about where to start with an expansion. And it got to the point in our committee work where there wasn't going to be any expansion because none was acceptable anywhere. And so this is like the phase 0.1. I wouldn't even call it phase 1. It's just a move in some direction to allow for some expanded access to ADUs within the city. When we looked at more broad acceptance, it wasn't going to get out of committee. So the idea here is a step. Hopefully it's an initial step and I think it's a step that will allow us as a city, especially within compliance, to make sure that this doesn't spin out in some way that most of the naysayers to ADUs are concerned about. They're concerned that from a compliance standpoint, Provo won't be, we won't handle expansion in the right way, or will allow it to happen in a way that, is untenable for the city. And so if we can have an area that we move forward with that has natural barriers to BYU, I think it's a logical approach. And I think it allows us to have some time with legitimate ADU expansion and see if, we can do from a compliance standpoint what we should be able to do. And as a housing committee, we've talked a lot about a compliance. That won't really come out in this discussion. We don't really have time for that, but we've talked a lot about education for ADUs. We've talked a lot about how we get to what was intended by the state, which is a lot more significant penalties for folks who are violating, a policy. And I think those kinds of things in conjunction with some kind of expansion are warranted. I guess the alternative, Ms. Ellsworth, is we don't have any expansion. So it's not a lot more or this, it's nothing or this. And I would take anything at this point to try to get the ball moving in a direction where we can hopefully get some momentum and then add it in other places.
Let me ask this question. The trend on the west side is for larger lots, like 0.3 acres, 0.4 acres, 0.25 acres. Why would we disallow detached ADUs?
It's just not something that we have talked about as a housing committee. And also going into that, we did talk about with planning staff this idea of the capacity on the west side with, if you remember, the Southwest intent statement with the 4 units net. And so that becomes more complicated. And so as Dave was speaking, we wanted to keep this kind of simple, but also expand. So keeping it to internal in this first step.
Look, I don't have any objection to external ADUs being part of this, but again, we're just trying to make some kind of step in some kind of direction to get moving somewhere with this, and then hopefully come back, and be able to expand it further.
Because I've had citizens call me who wanted a detached ADU on the west side, and they had 0.6 acres or something. Yeah. So it's a little discouraging, and it feels like we're trying to pigeonhole people into not doing ADUs by writing this very hyper-tailored, constrictive policy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's a fair criticism of this. And what I would say is what we did at the end of last year was even more hyper pigeonholed and focused. And what we're trying to do is just break that a little bit, just thaw that a little bit and start moving in a different direction from that point.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt or that we add this to the ordinance. Or was there another comment?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilor McKay.
I do think it's important to be true to the West Side intent statement as the citizens are behind it and helped write it. Did we ever get a response from Public Works about sewer capacity and that issue?
No, I haven't. I've been out of office for over a week. I haven't reached out to him.
I think that's relevant too.
But I know as far as internal, it's already been accounted for. So internal units, it would not be an issue.
Yeah, but external was
external thing would be, but we're not voting on that, but definitely that's something we would need to look into if we were to go down that road.
Counselor Fillmore? You're on mute, Bill.
I appreciate the committee's thoughtfulness on this issue. And I do appreciate the value of, for lack of a better word, an experiment with ADUs on the west side, and particularly the fact that Mr. Shipley has taken the lead on that, given the fact that that's a lot of his constituency. I guess my only concern here with this is that I kind of view the ADU issue as a neighborhood by neighborhood issue to some extent. And I know that there are some who are inclined to just allow ADUs in the entire city. That's why I appreciate the fact that this is a one-step approach to see how it works. My particular question is, what do we know about the West Side's appetite for this? I mean, have they any kind of survey, formal or informal? I mean, how do we know that this is something that Southwest Side in particular is particularly interested in?
The answer is we don't, Bill. We have not polled the West Side to see whether or not ADU policy is something that they want. In my conversations with folks, and maybe this is consistent with other council members, maybe it's not, and I'd welcome anybody's feedback on this. When people hear ADUs, most of the folks who are pushing back with me when we have a conversation are interpreting that this means duplexes. They're not, we're not able to have a conversation about a legal owner occupied property because the assumption is that this is somehow an illegal duplex, right? That's going to be created. And so I think when I've had conversations with folks about if they have room, if they have off-street parking, and if they do it legally and it's owner occupied and it enhances home ownership in your neighborhood, are you supportive? We usually can get to a point where folks at least understand. I'll tell you, not everybody, still agrees that we should have these everywhere in the city, but we can at least get to a point where they're not combative to ADUs if we talk through. And I guess I can use my neighborhood as an example. You've got a bunch of starter homes from the mid-90s that are aging all at the same time, thousands of units that all look very similar, right? And at some point, those units will all, those houses will all turn into investor property owned houses, potentially. If we allow for internal or external ADU, any kind of ADU policy, we at least give the potential for some young family to say, look, I can afford that versus, an outside investment group, and I can potentially live there and have some home. We can maybe add some additional homeowners, to a neighborhood like mine instead of converting it completely, not completely, but majority to something different over the next 10 or 20 years. So.
David, thank you so much. That's your perspective is always very reasonable and appreciated. What have the neighborhood chairs been polled on this, or at least inquired of? What kind of feedback are we getting from them?
Can I address this issue? We do have. Well, first of all, I think. If we vote on this now, we're inviting those neighborhood chairs and the entire neighborhood to weigh in on it. I mean, so I don't think this is premature for us to toss this out as an experiment, but we do actually have preliminary data on this. We just saw it in the survey. District 4 had a pretty substantial, I don't remember the number now, but it was one of the more favorable districts to ADUs in the entire city. So I think we have at least a preliminary data point to work with, but I don't think that's the issue at this point. To be, from my perspective, I think the issue is whether or not we think this is a reasonable issue to put forward before the city to debate and vote on. So I don't want to. We could spend our entire time here debating the merits of each one of these, which is what we're simply proposing that we do in an evening session, I guess. So I would like to move forward with a motion.
So I'll make a motion that we direct council staff to include this language in an updated ADU ordinance.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor? Those opposed? Fillmore? Councilor Fillmore?
I'll vote yes.
All right, that's unanimous.
Okay, we have 3 minutes to discuss the 3 different pathways to ADU permitted use. So like I said, the committee came up with this way, kind of along with incremental approaches to expanding ADU, but in different ways. So that way it's not all at once within a certain zone or like north of a certain street or a circle around BYU, anything like that. So all of these pathways, I'll actually go to this slide first. We pulled the designation process for creating an ADU permitted use area from the parking permit area designation process, which is already in code. So it's basically the exact same. We mirrored it from that. So as you can see, key steps, proposal can be initiated for any of the 3 pathways by a counselor or a resident from one of the 3 paths. And then the code amendment request has to include the intended boundary changes, statement of justification, and the petition form. And then the petition form is what the committee helped create, which is a summary of the proposal, a map identifying the property address to be added or addresses to the ADU area, a list pertaining to the permitted use pathway. So that should say list of votes and residents in support of the permitted use pathway. And then as part of the code, any other aspect that the applicant wants to propose with this. And then this is the public hearing and council approval process. So during this process, council, development staff, and citizens will have multiple points at which they can change the petition, they can ask questions, they can voice their support or opposition to this, and there'll be analysis and report done by planning staff. So it's a thorough process, but there's a work meeting presentation, development services, reviews and reports to council, a public hearing considering a resolution of intent, and then a resolution of intent. If it's passed, then there's additional public hearing to consider an ordinance enacting the proposed ADU change. So that's kind of the process, just laying out how these 3 pathways would then work. So then going back to the 3 pathways, first is neighborhood. So Bill, you already spoke to this about having a neighborhood buy-in to the idea of ADUs. And so this would include, so if someone in their neighborhood, they said, I can't think of a neighborhood, the Edgemont neighborhood should have ADUs, then they would have to get the signature. They would have to get, okay, this is not the updated. This is not the updated language. But anyway, so they would have to get 66% of people within their neighborhoods to respond to a question about the possibility of ADUs, and then they would need a majority of those people that responded to then be in support of bringing ADUs to their neighborhood for the proposition and petition to even go forward to the council. And that same format is the same for street block and contiguous property, but I see a lot of questions, so I'm going to stop.
So 66%, yeah, I have to go out and get 66% of the people to respond.
Yep.
And of that 66, 30 or 51% have to vote or have to sign in favor.
Yes.
So really you could have 33%. I mean, hypothetically, you got 33% of the neighborhood. It would only take 33% of the neighborhood to approve it, right?
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically. And then like the parking permit program, we would review it, right? It's not binding. So
it goes through that whole process.
it would bring it to us and say, this is the number of respondents out of the total. And we would say, okay, well, that only represents about a third of your neighborhood. How believable do we think it is that this is good for your neighborhood and that people would have responded if they, I don't know, is silence consent really in that neighborhood type of thing?
I was just making sure I understood the.
You're right on the map.
Yeah. And this is not the correct language. That's my bad. So that's the pathway for a neighborhood, and then it would go through that process that I laid out in the next slide. Yes.
Okay, let's just start right to left. No, Catrice, okay? Go ahead.
I'll just
Councilor
say
Henry.
I like the sound of this. I mean, I like that it gives different options. I can think of situations in all three paths that I know of actually in the city where this would be a viable option for somebody. I like that it's facilitating the process a little bit easier and more clearly, but it's not binding. But it allows pockets of the city to move forward where it might be desirable. So I'm generally in favor of it. There may be ramifications that I'm not thinking through yet, but I would look forward to having this discussion in a more fleshed out way.
Councilor Ellsworth?
I think this is a bar way too high for citizens. The process that we have now for someone to get an ADU is so difficult, and it's not totally different from this, right? I think you have to have like 16 connected parcels and have some homeowner approval, and then you could submit your application. And I don't know when the last time an ADU application was submitted under our current process, because that bar is so high, so difficult. And you have to track down 16 neighbors now, and this requires you to track down even more neighbors. And what if someone moves in that in between time? It just seems like a bar way too high. And again, like, this is just not, in my opinion, a conservative government when we're asking my neighbor to determine my private property rights.
And
Councilor Whipple?
sorry,
My turn.
please.
Oh, thanks. I agree that this is an incredibly high barrier in order to get it. I like that there are three different paths, because it's the same path, but it's on different scales. And so if you've got pretty good support in one segment of your neighborhood, the whole neighborhood isn't going to go for it, then you could choose one of these smaller areas to focus on for that portion of the neighborhood. Even though the language is not here, I like that we account for the fact that not everybody's going to respond to cards or knocking on the door, so that you can have some silence and that will not destroy it. So if you're one property owner moving and then you don't have their signature, will not completely defeat this. Some areas that we discussed that we were very concerned about, or maybe I was very concerned about, is this could potentially increase the density of people living in an area. And that affects you if you're a property owner or if you're just a renter, a resident there. And at this point, I think we've decided that for enforcement and just to be expeditious, we're going to stick with property owners on this, because we can confirm who the property owners are in an area based on the tax records. And we don't have that kind of list for residents in an area. And like I say, this is something that we can discuss more as we move forward with it and get input from the public on it. But I wanted everybody to know that these are concerns that we're grappling with.
Quick question there. If it's the property owner, let's see, assume you and your partner are both property owners, and you answer the door and you say, this is the worst idea ever, but I didn't get to talk to your partner and they think it's a great idea. I mean, this just seems completely inconsistent. It's just not, no other city is doing it this way.
Yeah.
Right. Every other city in the state does not get to go street by street or neighborhood by neighborhood. Even other college towns are not doing it at this granularity.
Yeah, the only reason that I think we're looking at this kind of path is because we've had so much pushback from people who are saying we want this in our neighborhood, or we never ever want this in our neighborhood. And so we are giving them an opportunity to prove it, to talk to their neighbors, to get a list and show us whether there's support there or whether there really isn't support, so that we don't keep having these same conversations where it's like, well, I heard that people don't like this, or I got emails that people don't like this. We are giving people a path that clearly outlines how many people they would need to sign on for us to feel like there's a mandate one way or another in this area. And it's really just a result of the way we have our neighborhood structured and the way that we give some deference to neighborhood autonomy and that sense of community that are created in them.
Councilor Shipley?
Yeah, I don't know that. I was just going to make a comment to Ms. Ellsworth's comment about that this is exactly what we have. I think it's very different than what we currently have, both from a bar, but also from the different paths. And one of the concerns that I have, and I think we have as a committee, is that if we don't have some kind of path for a neighborhood group or a small group to come together and say, hey, look, for our block face or for our cul-de-sac, we want this. If we don't have a path for that that's acceptable, that's some way to be able to do that, then we're going to spot zone. We just open the door for a lot of hearings for spot zoning, right? For individuals wanting to do this on a one-off basis. So I think there needs to be some kind of process beyond spot zoning individual properties across the city for something like this to occur. And I think as a committee, we're open to discussing any solution you guys think provides a path, but still provides some kind of bar, right? For folks to be responsible about, trying to respect the people they live around as well to some extent. So we're open to what this threshold needs to be. We're open to how we count it, but this is our first iteration of trying to have paths where people could actually do this.
Councilor Fillmore?
Yeah, just briefly, I can tell this is one where committee has agonized a bit in trying to find a middle path. I appreciate the approach. I appreciate the fact that it's neighborhood based, and that's my primary concern. And so I'm inclined to support it and would look forward to a larger discussion with the public.
Malia, how much more content do you have?
This is it. So I think really if we can just kind of decide if we want to go forward and have this in a night meeting with a public hearing and a
The street block faces, I'm having trouble
Yeah.
visualizing it. Can somebody explain what that would look like?
Yeah, so originally we talked about blocks, but a block includes that, if you just include a block, the people that living across from you that you can see, parking would affect them as well, or the traffic on that street would affect them. And so we wanted to do block faces, so that way that seems more reasonable and more logical on who you're affecting rather than people who live behind you. So it's block faces and cul-de-sacs, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And in that proposal, there's language in there where they can make it a little bit like these 2 block faces plus the 2 like next to us. So it's like 4 block faces, but they all touch each other. I don't, I can draw it.
It's essentially houses across from each other.
Yes. Yep.
That's who you have to
Houses
worry.
across
Yeah.
the street.
How long is a block face according to our definitions?
That's not currently defined in the ordinance, but that's something that we can define. This is just our first draft of it. We wanted to bring it to you and see if we wanted to move forward on a discussion with it.
I think there's just a lot of nuance in block facing,
Definitely,
right? And like they're
definitely,
not all
yes.
straight, and some could be the only house in the street facing east or something like that.
Yeah.
For path 3, 66% of what? So if my home is on the border of an existing ADU allowed zone, what are the 66% of the homes that have to agree? I only have one neighbor that's not part of it, right? I don't understand.
So that one neighbor can shut down your ADU. Could.
But if your property touches, one behind it and one next to it, and then the one that's right across the street, that's 3 of them. So if 2 of those 3 are good for it.
So across the street, so
'Cause you live at the
I'm
end of
right on the
cul-de-sac.
border. Well, I'm not using me well, we could use me as an example, but let's just say most people live on a block, right? I'm in the middle of that block, or I have to be immediately adjacent to it, right? I have to be like touching the existing ADU zone.
That's what we were thinking with the
Okay.
word contiguous.
So the ADU zone ends, and I'm right there, and I'm like, hey, I want to be part of this. the house across the street, the house next to me, and the house behind me on my backyard.
The ones that touch your property.
So the one included in the AZU zone already, does that count or no? I need to see like a map or something. I'm not getting this. Sorry.
I also want to ask about duplexes. In my neighborhood, there are many duplexes, grandfathered duplexes, legal duplexes, ADUs, and they look like regular bungalows. So how, like, could I apply for an ADU if two of my neighbors are duplex owners? Or no, because they're not proper ADUs?
Not a zoned area.
Go ahead, Malia.
I was just going to say, I'm taking notes of all these questions. As a housing committee, we are meeting next week to kind of go over the feedback
Okay.
that we're getting from today before we come to a night meeting for more discussion. So we can refine the language in the ordinance
Okay.
according to these notes.
Councilor Hanley?
So to that end, I would move that we also include these three pathways in a draft and subject to any revisions that the housing committee wants to make to them.
Second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion on that motion. We will go ahead and vote on that motion. All in favor? Counselor Fillmore?
Yes.
That's unanimous.
No, I was opposed.
Oh,
You didn't ask for those opposed.
I am sorry about that. I don't know. I looked around and thought you raised your hand. Counselor Ellsworth opposed. Yeah. She's going to raise her hand. All right to my face. Okay. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Thanks, Malia. And thank you to the Housing Committee for laboring and belaboring this issue. Back to our Provo Municipal Council meeting. Next item of business is a presentation regarding the Renew Choice Shared Solar for commercial customers. This will be presented by Travis Ball, Director of Energy. Welcome, Travis.
Thank you, Chair Hoban. I appreciate that. And thanks for letting me come and talk to the council about this rate. I'm glad I'm not talking about ADUs, so we can get through this pretty quickly, I believe. So as you recall, earlier this year, we passed a rate for shared solar for residential customers. Shared solar is our two solar projects, utility grade projects built in Spanish Fork and Mona by 84 megawatts of solar. We built those solar plants for the opportunity for people who can't put solar on their roofs. They can buy into this and have the same sort of renewable energy credits available to them to be either a green company, 100% green, 50% green, whatever they want to choose, they can do that. So we passed one for residential. We spent the last 4 or 5 months working with customer service to come up with a rate structure on the commercial side, and we were able to present that today. So what we are requesting is that the shared solar for commercial customer be at 5.76 cents per kilowatt hour is what a commercial customer would pay for shared solar. Now, the good thing about that rate is it locks in the generation cost. So that just like solar putting on your roof, you lock in the cost for 20 years. I think it's out to 2042. And then the other costs that are associated with that, the generation cost is 3.35 cents. And then there's some administrative an admin block and solar block delivery comes up with the rest of the rate of that 5.76 cents. So we looked at comparing to what Rocky Mountain Power offers for the same rate. It's a little more expensive. It's 7.125 cents. So I think we're 1.365 cents cheaper than our IOU nearest. We believe this is a great rate for commercial customers to purchase their own solar panels at these solar plants and are able to qualify for whatever percentage they would like to be as a green company. We did limit it to 4 different percentages: 30%, 50%, 80%, and 100%, just to make it easier for the billing system to have to do. Interesting enough, we chose that percentage because right now we have 20% of our generation comes from hydro. So if you pick a 30% solar rate, you get 20% on hydro, you're automatically a 50% customer on green resources. If you want to do it with 80%, then you can claim 100%. 20% hydro, 80% solar. Or if you just want solar only renewable energy credits, you can pay a little extra for 100% from solar and get those recs. So my recommendation is to pass an energy rate of 5.76 cents. I think they have to go to council this, right, Brian? So if there's any questions on that rate, I'll answer those, and then it'll have to be passed in the evening session. Is there any questions?
Okay, so I'm curious. So this would be the energy rate if they do solar. How does that compare to if you're not doing solar?
The rate for non-solar is 4.53 cents. So they're paying 1.23 cents more for the solar renewable energy credits.
Okay. Now, does this cost for the solar renewable energy credits include the cost of depreciation and capital improvements?
It does. There are some administrative costs and some costs associated with that rate that may increase with inflation, but that's what the council would have to increase that rate as part of inflationary costs. The cost for the generation is locked in for 20 years. So that's like a power purchase agreement that includes the depreciation on those panels. Yes, Councilman Handley.
So on the, I don't remember the term now for what I have. It's not the commercial, it's the
residential.
Residential.
Yes.
I I had the choice of either buying under what I use or over what I use because it didn't kind of match perfectly.
They were 200 blocks, 200 kilowatt hour blocks. Yes.
So is that going to be the same thing here?
This is a percentage.
It's a percentage.
Yes, because commercial rates and residential rates are designed differently. Commercial rates have a demand component on it.
Yeah.
And so a commercial customer, because they have a demand component, they can say, I want 30, 50, 80, or 100, and the billing system will take care of that. And whatever their total load is, they can have a percentage of the renewable energy credits associated with that.
I think that's great. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to make that possible for residents as well, but maybe that's way too complicated. I don't know. I don't pretend to understand how that works, but
I don't either with the billing system. That would be a question for Amanda to work on, but this has been a process to get it to this point on.
But that would be a true 100%. I like that. I like that you have those options laid out. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see that the solar generation cost is locked for the 20 years. Does that mean that you expect that the energy charge that the customer pays would remain pretty steady, or would that need to fluctuate?
There's some ancillary, there's an admin block, an ancillary service block, and a solar block delivery rate, like transmission cost. If inflation increases those costs, then we would have to come and it would increase the rate, but it wouldn't change the locked-in generation cost. So it would increase it slightly, but not significantly. So the benefit of solar is that you can lock in that generation cost.
Right. That's the benefit to the city or to the power company doing it.
Yes. But it's the same thing that's going to happen with anybody that puts solar on the roof. They're going to lock in their costs for the generation, but the other costs associated with distribution, with the grid will increase.
Okay.
Even over time for somebody that puts it on the roof. Same
Does
philosophy.
this seem like with this 20-year locked-in rate that this could be a more predictable cost for the consumer if they opt in on this than if they stay with our regular power generation? Like, do you expect more fluctuation in price with that?
No, I think it'll be very similar to what our rates are continuously, because it's an inflationary cost. Whenever we increase rates, it'll be on inflation, but it does lock in the generation component of the rate. So it could be more steady. If you listen to a solar salesman, that's where they say your return on investment will be, because they say a utility raises the rates 7% a year, and they have for 20 years later, you'll have this big delta that you'll get a return on investment. Now we haven't increased our rates like that, but that's what somebody would believe if they're putting solar on their roof, that they're locking in the generation and to make it more stable.
My last question is about the $75 customer service fee for changes. That's not to sign up for this, though. That's if you're changing it after you've already signed up.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? So is there some action we need to take right now?
I don't think you can take action now. You'd have to take it in council meeting, but I will tell you, if you want to learn more about it, go to renewchoice.org, where we have all of our Renew Choice programs. I think I have it pulled up here, but in time, you can go there and just hit Provo. We have 4 people signed up already that are wanting to do this. So as soon as that rate passes, then people will be able to sign up. There are benefits doing it this way also for the city, in the fact that it still stays in the city. The general fund transfer stays intact. Everything else stays intact, which helps the city as a whole with this. And that's why we did the solar farms like we did. So thank you.
Thank you. Next item is a presentation by the Neighborhood Program Review Committee regarding the committee's recommendations for the neighborhood program, presented by John Magnus, policy analyst.
Good afternoon, Council. We're going to start with Karen Tapahi. She is the neighborhood coordinator. She's going to go over a brief outline of the changes. Then I will come up and I will go over the ordinance and answer the questions. So we're going to 2-step this with you guys today, so you don't get my pretty face all the time.
So for those of you who saw this last night, I have made changes, so it'll be a lot more exciting for you. And for those who don't remember, I've been here for 8 years now, coordinating the neighborhood program as part of also our communications role, and it has served very well in getting information back and forth. Our citizens do appreciate having a variety of methods to hear from us. The neighborhood program's been around for about 50 years, took a little bit to get off the ground, grew from 19 neighborhoods to 34. I'd really like a smaller number, 34, if you can imagine having 34 children, which is, it's a lot to oversee. Neighborhood chairs originally were appointed by the mayor, and the program started being under the planning commission, then the city commission, then the mayor, and eventually the municipal council. Part of that was due to our government form has changed several times over the years. And the matching fund program to do service projects and neighborhood improvement was added in 1996. It has focused on everything from beautification projects, service projects. They even gave out beautification awards for well-kept lawns and things like that, to getting input on land use applications, various city issues. It's often someplace that the council or the mayor will show up to talk about things like, hey, we need to build a brand new city hall and public safety facility. And we were able to utilize the neighborhood program for that. Challenges, like I said, 34 different neighborhoods. There's a lot of styles involved. Meeting locations have become more difficult. Obviously, the pandemic did not help with that. We are still trying to get ourselves back to any kind of in-person meetings, but the schools have become less likely as an option in a lot of cases. Meeting access for some people who work different hours, that's definitely an issue that I hear from people who just can't get away from their job or from their family to be able to attend a meeting. Coordination between developers and neighborhood chairs. When a land use application is filed, we're asking them to coordinate with the neighborhood chair to organize a meeting. And sometimes the chair's on vacation or just unavailable for some other reason, and that can be difficult. And they often disagree on when to hold that meeting. So that contention often colors the view of how receptive we are to development here in Provo. This one I added, I've softened a lot of things over the years, and I've realized that's not helping much. So there are chairs that will use their titles to make demands for information, for action from various city employees and departments. I hear about it. You may have heard about it as well. And whether that's appropriate or not sometimes comes down to the mayor. There have been mayors who will put their foot down and say all activities must and requests must go through the council office. And you can imagine that would be quite a thing to bear on our office, but sometimes it's the more appropriate way to route those kinds of requests, depending on the request. Meeting reports, you're familiar with getting reports from neighborhood chairs and how those represent the residents' views. It's different from each person. Some neighborhood chairs are really great about giving detailed reports, and some don't really give reports at all. And sometimes you hear an entire neighborhood is for or against something, but maybe there were only 10 people at the meeting. So there's just a variety in what comes in. And then we've had elections that have 1 or 2 people there. I conducted an election where there was only one person and he won. He was the only person at the meeting. It was unanimous. I've had where 2 people show up, they don't want to serve, but someone had told me on Facebook they were willing, and I verified they were part of the neighborhood and they were elected in by the 2 people who are there. These are all things that are allowable in our current program based on how it's written in the code. Then there's also ones there's a few different neighborhoods that have kind of a divided population where you see kind of groups that are animated about, it could be a particular issue or something, and it's kind of whoever brings the most friends and neighbors wins. And all of that is fine the way we do it, because we don't run these like a presidential election or anything. It's not that kind of election. Why this is difficult is there isn't a code of conduct incorporated into our program, and there's really no way that the council could remove a bad actor. If there was a neighborhood chair, I did the example last night, if there's a neighborhood chair who stabbed someone, oh well. The neighbors could remove them, and there's quite a lengthy process for that. But as a council, and this program rests under the council's purview, you could not get rid of someone who had done a bad deed. In reviewing this, the Neighborhood Program Review Committee started about a year ago. Councilor McKay replaced George Henley at the beginning of this year as we had a few changes. And the current program was reviewed. A variety of chairs, both past and present, were interviewed. We interviewed other stakeholders in the community, staff among the city who work with the neighborhood program quite a bit, talked to people running neighborhood programs other places in the country, and then also research best practices out, across the country. And then the committee worked to bring a proposal forward, and here we are. Let's see. Please go. Oh, okay. So this is what is being proposed. And as the person who's been doing this for 8 years, I can tell you this is exciting, because it takes the best of what we love about the neighborhood program and brings it to everyone. Because honestly, we miss a ton of people out there for a variety of reasons. So building it on 3 foundations. The first thing that came up was community building. That was the part that absolutely we have to keep this. It can't go away. That's the part that builds the memories most people have of this program. It's not just the service projects, but getting together for the block parties, for helping the neighbor down the street with different things. This really is the heart of it. And so it was clear early on, this is the part we absolutely have to keep. Where we want to improve is in transparency and engagement. So engagement, because every neighborhood is meeting on a different schedule. Some never, or maybe every 4 years as they need an election. Some once a year, some quarterly, some monthly. Even our monthlies dropped off because of the pandemic. So making it consistent, whatever the time frame is, making it so your area always meets this time, this date, every month, every quarter, whatever it happens to be. And then establishing a regular meeting location. So we don't have to guess. We don't have to chase down, whichever person organizes the meeting reservations at this school or this other center of activity. So having it at our new city hall gives us that opportunity to have a real dedicated location. And then having a streamlined process and consistent ways to get that feedback. Having notes from the meeting, minutes from the meetings, so that things are actually recorded. Right now, I can't really dig up much on any particular neighborhood meeting. The other thing is with the transparency part, giving notice of those meetings, the same way we do any board or commission that's happening right now. Having the minutes of those meetings, the recordings of those meetings, and it allows the residents to participate in the way that works for them. If it's in person, because there's still plenty of people who get mad when I say there's an online meeting, but then there are equally numbers of people who don't want to have to show up in person. They love being able to participate on their phone or computer. So it's like, we're going to have it there. You decide what works for you. So those are, and kind of bringing a Provology element to it. So we realize not every month may have a land use application or some other issue, but we can help you learn about how the city works. Bringing in your community-oriented police officers these guys have tons of information. And we used to be better about bringing in different city representatives to talk about it. But it's just become harder and harder for these volunteers who lead the neighborhoods to round up the right people to bring in. And we'd be able to help with this. The other thing would be making sure that as those land use applications come in, they're automatically scheduled for a meeting. So there's no trying to decide, how to get a hold of somebody, where are we going to have it, when are we going to have it? Oh, we just had a meeting, you're going to have to wait 2 months, whatever. Those things, it's just streamlined. So now we know it's on the agenda for the next meeting for that group. And we can have the planner there to answer a lot of questions, because a lot of times the questions that the residents have a lot more to do with things that the code wouldn't even allow in the first place. So we can get those questions answered right off the bat. So this is the proposal for how it would be organized. Now, in the current program, we have areas. This is very similar to that. It just forms districts, but our current areas are such crazy sizes. So we started, hopefully you saw the map I sent as part of the materials for this meeting, but we started with the council districts and then just tried to even them out so that we will have 6 to 8 neighborhoods in each of the districts. And I can tell you on my side of town, I now live west of the freeway. They all go to each other's meetings. We don't care if it's our neighborhood or not. We want to know what's going on next door just as much as anybody. So this kind of feeds some of that as well. And it gives you a kind of a cool strength in numbers. But the other thing that's really key to mention, and probably got the most reaction when we presented this to neighborhood chairs last night, is the concept of appointing an executive board for each of these neighborhood districts. So each district would have a board of up to 11 people. Now, whether or not we can fill it or not, that's debatable. But even if we can't get 11 people, then it leaves room for more as they're interested. So having an executive board, but then the residents of that district get to come to a meeting and vote for the chair, vice chair, and secretary. So they're still having a voting role in there. But the appointment process allows the council the opportunity to be able to add and remove people the way they do with the Metropolitan Water Board and with providing advice and consent to the mayor's appointments to board and commission. So this just kind of streamlines that process, makes it consistent with other advisory groups we have in the city. So I have 2 slides of feedback that we received already. The emotions were strong last night. And change is always a tough one. They did have one disadvantage, and that is that they hadn't seen the full proposed ordinance, and that's something that John will go over. But it does help that some of the things they were concerned about are addressed in there. So one thing they did mention, they would like public input on the applicants. Now, that's not a normal part of our boards and commissions appointment process, but that's something that they indicated they'd be interested in. Part of that would be to prevent even perceived favoritism in the appointment process. Why'd you appoint this person and not that person? And we see that with every board and commission. You'll get a few comments on Facebook about it. There were quite a few who were vocal about keeping elections at the neighborhood level. They really identify with providing that person. But in my own defense, 34 elections is a lot. But I've also seen some great emails coming in that support a lot, and they gave some great advice. Maybe we need to provide some incentives for these volunteers. I've managed a lot of volunteers in my lifetime in church and nonprofit callings, and I would love to manage employees someday, because managing volunteers is hard. They, depending on what motivates them. So some sort of incentive options that were suggested were discounts on things, or, even some day passes to the rec center, whatever, but you could be creative with something like that. They were worried about representation of less engaged neighborhoods, which is currently a problem. So it's something to discuss whether this would resolve that or not. My idea looking at it is you now have more people representing that neighborhood and could go find those representatives. Increasing the length of those executive board terms. Initially in the ordinance, we have it at 2 years. We've heard suggestions of 3 years and 4 years to keep some of that institutional knowledge. Eliminating term limits. Now there's term limits in this to kind of keep it fresh, get some turnover. Frequency of meetings. Monthly is too much for some people. It's definitely something to discuss. And I left representation on there again. District size is too large. I realize it is a bit of a shock going from a small neighborhood to a larger district. However, Provo already has tiny neighborhoods compared to most cities that have any sort of neighborhood designation. I can't remember what Salt Lake City's is, but they're definitely larger than we are, and they have fewer neighborhoods. Just saying. Have 2 vice chairs, which I actually thought was a good one to kind of help get an extra person into the leadership role, provide more training, and then also more staffing. I appreciate anyone who realizes that I can't do it all. Matching grants, there was some concern about it getting focused in a particular neighborhood or having to convince every neighborhood in the district to do a project, and how they might rotate it, or any number of things. Inclusion, and thank you for any of the people who said really positive things in person, because that was a tough crowd. But we had someone mention, how we can achieve inclusion because we are giving these attendance options to people. We really actually have had a huge increase in most neighborhood meeting attendance because of Zoom. It has helped. And I'm sure, Councilor McKay attends, I think, every single meeting I've ever been to. And this would be really hard if she was running across town for every one of those meetings. So I'm sure she appreciates having a remote option. Communications efforts, this has always been an issue for us. They were concerned about how we would get a hold of all these people who already aren't involved. And we do have plans for that. And it's something the committee can address. We have quite a few ideas, but we've got to get there first. And then neighborhood identities. The one thing that I really want to emphasize is the neighborhoods themselves definitely don't go away. We use those neighborhood boundaries and identities in departments across the city. The police keep track of things. Engineering keeps track of things. Planning definitely keeps track of things, all by neighborhood identities. So that doesn't change at all. And we definitely would want people to think of themselves by those neighborhood designations. It's just that for meeting purposes, for doing these official things, to communicate with the city, that would be in a district. And I think that's it. Yep. So that's our background, and I'll let John handle the ordinance portion.
Good afternoon, Council. You can stop me and ask questions anytime as we go through the ordinance. To let you know how this came about. About a year and a half ago, Cliff came to me. They wanted to do a code of conduct for the chairs, and I guess it blew up in their face. So he had me review the program. And I went through it like any other program I would review and looked at what it's supposed to do, how it's functioning, where it's failing. We came up with a 78% failure rate. So as a program as a whole, it was a failure. So the question became, well, how do we fix it? Read the ordinance, went through it, read all the best practices, must have read about 50 articles that talk about neighborhood, social capital, how to build it. I actually went back through Max Weber, who I haven't read in years, and came up with a conclusion that we had to blow it up and start over. And that is basically what we did. We threw out everything that didn't work and started to address the issues and how do we make this work? What are the best practices? What does the United States look like? Who has a program like ours? And how do we move forward? And this is what we came up with. And I have done the lion's share of the work on the ordinance, explaining why it came to being. And that's why I'm here to explain why I'm making these recommendations. So basically, we're asking you to rescind the old ordinance and create a new ordinance. The terminology is a bit clunky. I'll admit to that. You know, we don't have the council program. That was a deliberate on our part. What we wanted to do is we wanted to jettison all the old terminology so there'd be no confusion. Someone thinking the old program, the neighborhood council, and then coming and looking this. So we tried to jettison all the old terminology and come up with new terminology, which was not easy, and to make it sound right. So it was a little clunky, and I'm sorry for that, but I think it was the best way forward. So there is no confusion between the two different programs because they are totally different from each other. So the first part is, you know, the creating of the neighborhood and neighborhood districts, and we're still using the geographical areas of the neighborhoods. We didn't get that rid of that at all. We're just combining them down into 5. 5 is a manageable number. It's manageable on different levels, mainly because we're going to pull a lot of that work back in-house. Setting the agenda, setting the meetings, doing the training. We felt like 5 was a manageable number for Karen's time, and she wouldn't have to expend any more time. And hopefully when this is up and running, she'll actually be spending less time than she currently does, because she won't be shepherding 34 different neighborhood chairs. She'll be shepherding 5 district chairs. So the districts, we create the districts, we try to overlap them and create them, contain them inside of your own council districts. They're not perfect because we didn't use precincts, we use neighborhoods. So we do have some that overlap, some neighborhoods overlap two different council members. Let's see if I have control of this. Yes. We have put in there, if possible, if we get an application from a neighborhood we will try to appoint at least one member of each council to that district council. So if the neighborhood doesn't have any applications, we're not going to hold it open. But if you get one, we're going to do our best to make sure that applicant will be serving on that district board. If there's a reason we don't want the applicant, they could be bombastic, they could have been a bomb thrower, they could have been a bully in their previous time as a council or neighborhood chair. We may not pull them forward. We might say, no, you're not what we want on this council. We're trying to build a community here. We don't want people who are divisive. We restated the purpose. We came through and we wanted to build the strengths in the neighborhood. We want to bring neighborhoods together. Right now, we see a lot of neighborhoods fighting and tearing at each other, and we wanted to get rid of that. We wanted a more cohesion. We wanted a program we could be proud of, where we can point to it and say, look, the community is working together, the neighborhoods are working together to achieve their goals and what's best for their neighborhoods. And they're communicating with us, and we're communicating back to them what's in their best interest, what's happening with the city, so we can keep that information going both ways. Voting is a big sticking issue. We heard from last night, they still want to elect their chairs. In the committee, we discussed this. The only way we can have voting for neighborhood chairs is if we do a formal vote, meaning we'd have to use the county, mail out ballots, have the ballots returned, and have the ballots counted. Some cities do this. There are larger cities that have larger budgets. LA City is a prime example of a city that uses the formal voting system. One of the worst systems is an informal voting system, and that's what we have. I could not find an example of this anywhere in the nation. Nobody has informal voting. They either appoint or they have a formal voting. So that's why we jettison the voting. As Karen has mentioned, we have sometimes where only 1 or 2 people show up and they appoint themselves, and that's the end of it. Sometimes we've heard that chairs will hold an election, but they won't notify the whole neighborhood. We had an example last night of a chair who definitely likes to dominate the conversation and bully people. And we've had problems with that before in the past of trying to get an election where that is happening. So it was just jettisoned. It's not an idea we want to keep around.
Can I just make a comment to that every neighborhood could still hold an election they wanted. It just wouldn't be officially part of the council's neighborhood program. And so there's no reason that, let's just take the Grandview neighborhood. couldn't still choose a neighborhood chair. And then, I mean, this was kind of what Counselor Shipley was talking to me about. And then put that person forward as, you know, hey, we really want this person on the neighborhood board, district board,
And-
right? And
Right, they could still do that. They could still work within the neighborhood, try to make sure there's only one person running from their district or maybe two.
I'm just saying we're not taking that away. It's just not officially part of the program because managing that many elections is just not practical anymore.
Right.
So.
And it's not, and the problem is you don't get representation.
Right.
So what we're trying to find is a happy median where we're not spending a lot of money to hold an official election, but still trying to make sure we get people across the board that represent the community as a whole and who are willing to listen and willing to work with opposition or opposing views of their own. Last night, I kept track of people who definitely didn't care about the program as a whole. They only cared about their neighborhood. And we have to care about the program as a whole. There is a model out there where neighborhoods form up. They form a 501c3. And when they form that 501c3, the city actually recognizes and works with them. Those are in older cities that have been around for a century or more. And they were coming late to the party on neighborhood councils. And this is just the way they have decided to do it. We were early and we were small and we were young compared to some of these. So we have a model that is more indicative of a city of our size. So that's why the elections just don't work. And we have to have appointments. Appointments gives us a chance to control what happens. It gives us a chance to make sure that all the voices are being represented, not just one faction inside the neighborhood. The voting membership. So we still have voting. Voting now works a different way. If they're going to vote on an issue, like they are upset with the parking program and they have a meeting to discuss the parking and they hold a vote, anybody who shows up to that meeting, who's in that neighborhood district, has a right to vote and their vote will be counted. We have a secretary now who will actually tally the votes. So we know what happened. We'll know how many people were there. So it won't be one of these, oh, that was unanimous, but I don't want to tell you there was only 3 people who showed up. And I have seen that. I have been to a meeting where there was only 3 people in the room voting for a development project. It was unanimous, but it was only 3 for the whole neighborhood. And there's no way you can say that's indicative of the neighborhood. So that's why we want all this recorded, so we can understand what is happening.
I just want to make sure though, votes are not binding.
No, they are not binding.
The only votes that would be binding are when they're electing their board chair, vice chair, and secretary.
Yes, those are the binding votes. The voting membership and the voting rights are just for the body as a whole. Everybody who's in that room who's a member can vote on whatever they're going to have a vote on that day. And it just gets recorded to us and sent to us as information like Open City Hall. It's just for us to use and for the council to decide, does this really represent the neighborhood as a whole? Or was there enough people there? The people were there, was a majority? Was it split? It's just more information for the council to make decisions.
Can I ask a question there?
Sure.
So you were explaining that it's not a great idea to have these informal elections where a neighborhood informally elects their chair. Why would we go to informal votes on a proposal or an idea?
It's just for information. It's information for you as a council. Let's say there's going to be a new paid parking program in the Joaquin Beck neighborhood, and you do get 400 people show up to a meeting and you get 300 vote and say, yes, we would like to have this. That is information for you to use to gauge the community support. It's a straw poll is all it really is.
I just wonder if using something like Open City Hall isn't a better mechanism because you can get more nuance in people's responses. And if you just up or down vote something, you think, oh, the council's going to know that 380 people voted against this parking permit program and only 20 people voted for it. Therefore, they're not going to pass this. And they see that as like a very concrete symbol of what will occur when that's just not the reality of how we necessarily make a policy. So it seems like we could be giving false hopes, and it seems like just kind of a misrepresentation, especially if only 3 people come. What's the point?
Well, if it's only 3 people, that is something you will take into consideration on whatever the policy is. It's just one more avenue to get information from the neighborhood. We will always have Open City Hall. So it's just an avenue. It's just a way to get a quick pulse of what's happening, and you'll take it with a grain of salt.
Councilor Shipley, Councilor McKay, and then Councilor Hanley.
And I would just add that I think if you do an informal vote, it doesn't preclude us from doing the online surveying as well. I mean, I think we should do both on any issue that we want more information on. But to your question before, like, why would we do this allow for this informal voting, but not the informal voting of the election? I just think one's binding, one's not, right? We were binding ourselves to a chair that had an informal election, in some cases, a strange situation that we then couldn't do anything about. This other version, we still have full discretion. We don't have any discretion with the chair once they're voted in.
And the open city hall came up in the meeting last night, and many of them, I value a vote I get from a neighborhood where we know that they're part of the neighborhood and we verified that, versus open city hall where anyone can fill it in. It can be from different cities. It can be for areas that aren't even in that area.
When we do open city hall, we break the information apart to two groups: registered and not registered.
Yeah, but there's not registered.
Right. But we always weight the registered, and that we always tell you what the registered votes are, because we can look and see if they're Provo residents.
Right, but you're always gonna have a group that isn't going to go to open city hall. You're always gonna have a group that's not going to go to neighborhood meetings. As
It's
Dave
just one
said,
more
we can
avenue
cover-
for us to get information.
Exactly.
It's information for the council to use. I mean, how you use it and how you weight it and how you value it is up to you individually, not as a council as a whole, but as you as individual councilors. Do you weight the in-person? Do you weight the Zoom meeting, or do you weight the open city hall? That's something that you'll have to take in consideration. We're just trying to give you enough options and avenues for the people to express an opinion.
Yeah, I like that. I like having more data points, different points along the line where the conversation has occurred, and I can listen to different voices. So I don't have any problem with that at all. I think that's actually positive. And when we have a meeting in person and people show up, it's a little bit like a straw poll in its own way, because we're assessing what the public feels about a particular issue. And as in all decisions we make, we have a responsibility to hear those voices. We also have a responsibility to act on behalf of what we think is the right thing to do. So I don't think this changes any of that. So I appreciate this balance. And I just want to say, for the sake of the public, this is regardless of how people may want to, how they might perceive it, or it might sound, or the way they want to spin it. This is the opposite of anti-democratic reform. This is actually, I think, trying to open up avenues of communication between the council and the public when they haven't been functioning as well in this informal way, because of the way in which that creates a quasi-official status for a neighborhood chair that is not actually, we didn't pass out ballots. We didn't actually verify that this was a legitimate election. And so I think that's actually quite problematic. So I just hope people appreciate and understand that anyone who sits in our chairs, and we won't be here forever, we're elected and we're responsive to the citizens, and that process is always available, right? I mean, people can call their council members, they can email and communicate directly. In a city this size, that shouldn't be too complicated in any case. So
no, like I said, it's just one more avenue. You will use the information as you see fit. And that's all this comes down to. If you didn't want to discount it, that's your personal choice. We're just trying to create another avenue. Okay, so now with these new boards, there's an executive board that's in charge of it. So we're going to have minimum 7 to make it operate, maximum 11. Why is 11? I pulled 11 out because, first, it's odd, and I don't think we'll achieve it. I really don't think we'll get 11. And why would I pick 11? Because it always gives us an opportunity as somebody who has not been involved, wants to be involved, we will have an open spot for them. They won't have to wait for a term for someone to come off. So that is our hope, that we would like to be running at 10, possibly 11. But if we don't, that's fine, because if someone new comes along and says, hey, I really want to be involved in the city, what can I do? You've got a neighborhood council you can sit on, or I still use the neighborhood council term, neighborhood executive board. So it's just a way for us to possibly have openings, so people don't have to wait and feel frustrated. Well, I got to wait a whole year till someone comes off. So that's why it's 11. So we're going to require them to go to orientation before they can get seated. And also the executive board serves at the pleasure of the council. So if there is a problem with a member who's causing issues, not letting other people speak, talking over them, talking down to them, being condescending, that could be, and then we can't control them. We talk to them. We might have to go to the council and say, we need to remove this person because they're just not willing to work with the rest of the board. Basically, what we're trying to do is put self-interest against self-interest. That's why we want a board instead of just one person. The problem with the one person, and I mean this in the academic term, it's despotic. We've put all the power into that one person, and some people see it that way, that they get to control what happens in their neighborhood because of their neighborhood board. We wanted to break that apart and put interest against interest. That's why we created a board. So we do have some for different neighborhoods. So the university, they will still have their appointment, but you still will get to ratify that appointment. Joaquin will still get the apartment appointment. Again, that will be your ratification. The downtown district will still have their business appointment. And again, that will be through your ratification. So they will put a name forward from their group and you guys will vote them up or down, just like any other appointment to the board. So we did not take that away. And we did spell out how that all works. So we'll have a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary for the executive board. There is talk maybe having 2 vice chairs, and the more I thought about that, that's actually a pretty good idea, because when that chair steps down, you'll have 2 vice chairs competing. Again, putting self-interest against self-interest. So they will have to work with the rest of them to get appointed. They just can't bully their way onto the board, right? Become the chair. Terms of office. So you can serve. Right now we have 24 months. We're talking about maybe stretching that out, and it's staggered right now. So 12 and then 24. If you serve on the executive board, you also can do that for 24 months, but you can only be chair for 12 months. And chair has to be off for 12 months before they can come back on. So what we're trying to do here is create high churn, so more people can have that opportunity to lead. Maybe they're a little intimidated. Maybe they want to, they want to be there for a year and then maybe run for the board or run for the chair. It's just a way to create more churn, so we're not always having the same people be in charge of the executive board. And that was deliberate on part of the committee. They wanted high churn, and this is how we create that churn. Is by limiting how long they can serve on the executive board in the position of chair, vice chair, or secretary, and how long they can sit on the not the executive board, but in those positions. So we're trying to create churn. This is all this is trying to create churn. So right now we have a big problem with communications. We have 34 people trying to talk to Karen at once, and sometimes the vice chair wants to jump in. Sometimes a neighbor, someone who's upset with the chair, wants to jump in. So we have really disorganized communications coming from them to us. And now we're going to put it all through the executive board and to the chair. So the chair will be the primary communication channel for us. Official representation, the chair is the official representation for that district. So if they're going to come and make a presentation, it will be that chair who makes the representation if there's going to be something coming to the council. The chair is also in charge of the meetings. If he's not there, the vice chair. So what we have done too is if you start missing meetings and they're not excused, like, I'm going on vacation, or my wife's having a child, or I'm family sick, or whatever it is. If you miss too many, we can remove you from the board, because excessive absences is something that we have currently in the current system. People just don't hold meetings because they don't want to, or they're busy and we can't get hold of them. So now we're making accountable. If you can't make it, that's fine. We're just going to ask you to step down. We need a simple majority for them to hold a meeting. So if we have 10 people on the board, we need 5 there in the room, just like we have a majority for the council to hold their meetings. If they run for public office, it doesn't matter what office it is, they have to recuse themselves from the board for that time when they indicate they're a candidate. If they win their office, then they're off the board. If they don't win their office, then they're allowed back on if they want to. We'll hold it open during that time. Meetings, this is something we set apart from the old system. We will have a set time place. So it could be, if you're District 1, you'll meet first Thursday of the month, 6:30 in the new building every month. It will be that. Karen will do the agendas, and she will notice it just like we notice the meetings for council. We are planning to make them abide by the open meeting laws, grandma, and we will give them training on Robert's Rules of Order. We want a more formal structure. The problem with the informal structure we have right now is they've created all these unwritten rules. So we have 34 sets of unwritten rules for 34 neighborhoods. We can't do that anymore. We have to have a set of formal rules. Basically, we're trying to force the system to grow up a little. Yes, you don't get that. What were they talking about last night? That back and forth that they might have currently might be interrupted because there is a more formal setting, but that formal setting gives us a chance to see what's actually happening, make sure everybody in the room gets heard, not just the loud voices or the people who can shut other people down. So that's the time and place. It's going to be an open public meeting, and we will have it on Zoom. That's why we want to use the new council chambers, because when it becomes a Zoom room, we will be able to record their meetings and put it out on the YouTube channel like we currently do for the council, so anybody can watch it. Communications I kind of covered over. Agendas, that's going to be by us. Supplemental rules. Currently, the council has what we have, the council handbook. That's our supplemental rule book. We are creating a supplemental rule book for the neighborhood council. It'll be called the Neighborhood Council Handbook. It will have some of these finer details of how to conduct their behavior. We're developing that. And that will be the thing that if we find a problem, someone's behaving badly or has found a loophole and we want to close it down, we'll use the handbook to address it instead of having to come back and rewrite the ordinance. This ordinance is just kind of a guideline. The handbook will be the fine details. We are asking the council members to attend the meetings that are in their districts. A lot of the neighborhood council programs that are overlaid like ours, council members are a de facto member. We didn't want to codify that, but we are asking you to attend. They seem to be on better behavior when the council is present. For those of you that were there last night, that was good behavior. I disagree, but it was. So you have a tempering presence on them. So if you can, we would appreciate it. If you can't, we understand you guys are very busy to begin with. Basically, the neighborhood coordinator will be responsible for it. They'll be the support staff for them. All the requests for information will have to go through them. They can't call a department head and say, "Hey, I want this." They'll have to call the coordinator, and the coordinator will decide if they get it or not. We had one neighborhood chair who wanted us to print off maps block by block for their neighborhood. And I flat out told them, no, that was kind of ridiculous. We'll give you a big map of your neighborhood. If you want block by block, go ahead and Google it and start printing off your own printer. But that is kind of stuff that we get requests for. Sometimes it's just odd. It's expensive, it's time consuming, and there's really no value. So the matching grant program we kept in place, but we did change it. So instead of them coming to us and asking for the money, we are giving each of the districts $5,000 to do matching grants. They still have to come back to us for approval for the grant. If they don't spend it, we pull it back just like we do every year. And nobody spent money last year, so we're pulling all the money back. But it's on their shoulders to find the projects and spend that money. If they don't do it, it's not on us. We're not going to go out and try to help them. We're not going to tell them to go find a project or remind them. that they, have to have this $5,000, you need to find a place to spend it. That is on theirs. And yeah.
So for those matching grants, is part of the little handbook that you'll give them information on how they can do that, what projects are appropriate and everything like that?
Yeah, that was part of the education project for this. We will train them. We're not going to throw them to the wolves and say, here's the new program, have fun.
Yeah.
No, that's basically what happened to the old one. That's why we have so many informal rules.
And we're going to focus on the education, right? So we could do they could do a whole meeting on the grant. And we could have the people who help process that there, talking to them and explaining everything and answering their questions.
Right now we have $30,000 budgeted for the neighborhood program for grants. If we'll do the math, 5 times 5 is 25,000. That extra $1,000 for each of them, we are going to give them more carte blanche to spend. If they want to do a neighborhood party or a block party or some kind of community event, we're going to let them spend that $1,000 for those events. Again, they're going to have to come to us to get approval, but it's not going to be tied to a grant program. It's going to be for community development, community interaction within the neighborhoods. It was felt that that was needed to help boost some of these neighborhoods to get them more active. The neighborhood district fee waivers, we kept that in place. Becky Bogdan just finished the rezone of the R16 to the open space for that pocket park over by Powerline Park. That's going to stay in place. Those rules, none of that has changed. So we kept that portion too. So that is the end of the ordinance. So any questions?
Well, we're actually out of time. So we need to decide, I guess, 2 things I'd like feedback on. Do you want staff to come back and provide some time for more formal Q&A for people, for the council to ask questions and provide feedback? Or do you want this to go back to committee to review the feedback that we got at the neighborhood program and then come back with another round of recommended changes? Or what do you guys want to do?
I do think we got some, and we're getting emails that are being sent right now, I noticed, to the council as a whole, but I do think we got some good feedback that we could address a couple things.
Councilor Elser?
Do you remember when was the last time the council had this topic in a work meeting?
Last summer.
Last summer. So I guess that's just part of the discouragement I've experienced in this process, is that for a whole year, the council hasn't provided input, even informal input, really. And so that's not typically how council committees work. So I think it's a better option to come back and have a discussion with the council and get some inputs and talk through this with 7 counselors. Because when I've asked questions about it, I got responses like, oh, it's a done deal, it's already buttoned up. And I am just surprised by that, because it's not typically how committees have operated.
I never got the impression or gave the impression that it was a done deal and buttoned up.
It wasn't from you.
I agree. We've never given that impression that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, so let's bring it back to the council, where we can have more two-way conversation or two-way communication about this, as opposed to another round by the committee. And so can we do that at the next work meeting?
Yeah, we'll bring it back to the next.
So it's still fresh, and
we'll have a meeting with the review committee between here and there to discuss the comments from last night's meeting, incorporate the ones that we think are viable and go over the ones we don't think are viable and why.
Okay.
If it's helpful, well, first of all, I just want to say, as a former member of the committee, I'm grateful that Councilor McKay stepped in to help me out on that committee. I think it looks really strong, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's very close to being something that we can, deliberate on and hopefully ratify. I'm not opposed to the committee in the interim. If there are some tweaks that you think need that merit response from the feedback you've gotten, and they end up in whatever version we look at the next work meeting, that's also expedites the process a little bit. So I'm comfortable with that, but I'm glad we can just start hammering it out and getting this ready.
I just wanted to ask when it comes back to us again, can we have the attached map that's referenced in it so that we can see what these neighborhoods are or these districts? And are we naming the districts in some way or lettering them or numbering them?
Numerically, they'll be number 1 through 5.
1 through 5, roughly coordinating with the current districts. Okay. I think that would be helpful to be able to see that with it.
Okay.
One thing I'll just add is if the committee is reviewing the ideas or suggestions submitted by neighborhood chairs last night, you might consider comparing that to all boards and commissions in the city. So if we can't provide all boards and commissions in the city with like free rec passes, then we probably shouldn't do it for this one. But, just using that as a baseline for a variety of those suggestions.
No special treatment for any of it from this. It should be like a board or committee, like the rest of the boards and committee in the city. And we should treat them the same kind of playing field. I would ask
in general, yes, but this is also a board and committee that is a council one. The other ones are mayor ones. So there is a difference there.
Just by the appointing power, really. The roles and responsibilities for them are pretty much the
right.
same.
But the appointing thing, like with Seminole Valley, how they make theirs public and the response, there's some things to look at there.
I would just ask that you guys read the ordinance as it is right now and email me your comments or questions, concerns, and I can address them to you. And we will come back, try to set another 40 minutes for Q&A and any changes that are proposed by the committee for the next work meeting. And then try, if possible, take it through that night. Because after you pass it, there's going to be a lag between you passing it and us implementing it. It will take a little bit of time to implement it, and it's still got some work to do to implement it. So we're not done, but this is the first step forward to getting it finished.
Councilor Fillmore, you're on mute.
Just a quick note of commendation. I'm terribly impressed by the work of the committee here. I mean, this was a large, multifaceted, controversial project. I think the committee has done an exceptional job of really having thought this through on several fronts. And so I'm supportive of it, and we'll welcome any refinements that the public may suggest or that the council may come up with. But thank you. This is the way committees ought to work in terms of really coming up with a terrific work product. So thanks to everyone involved.
And I would definitely like to thank Karen. She has put in a lot of hours with me going over every aspect of the old system and how it failed and how do we make it better. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone. All right. I forgot to recognize Wayne Parker, our CAO, has joined us, and also Isaac Paxman, our deputy mayor, was here for a few minutes, or for quite a few minutes, while the mayor had to step away. But the mayor's back. Glad to have her back. Our next item is going to be a presentation from the administration regarding the possible allocation of restricted use funds from the American Rescue Plan Act. This will be presented by Wayne Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Great to be with you today. We have been, as you know, both a council committee and the administrative staff have been working on identifying some optimal allocations of the city's American Rescue Plan Act allocation from the federal treasury. Just as a reminder, the ARPA funds were allocated in an effort to stimulate the local economy following the pandemic, and also to address specific issues relative to revenue loss or other particular needs. And that has been a little challenging for us. So, and the rules have been changing over time. So in our current configuration, the ARPA funds can be used in a couple of different pots of money. So the first pot of money, which we'll be talking about today, are designated pre-approved uses for these funds, and they are focused largely on infrastructure. So today we're going to be talking about water and wastewater projects that we've recommended to the council committee we consider allocating. The second group is a $10 million set aside that has many fewer strings attached to them, at least in terms of uses, but are essentially a default revenue replacement amount. And for our size city with our size allocation, it's a $10 million default. And those can be used for almost any purpose we would choose to use them. There are some strings attached in terms of procurement requirements and those sorts of things. And again, we'll talk about those at a subsequent work meeting. But today, what we'd like to talk about are the two projects that we included in our set of recommendations to the Council's ARPA committee. The first of those, which is the smaller portion of the funds, is to supplement the construction of the wastewater treatment plant. So as you know, the treatment plant is a multifaceted, multi-year project. We have been struggling, as just about everybody has, with construction inflation in the last year or so. And so in an effort to keep the project on budget, we eliminated the use of bioreactors in the wastewater treatment plant. And we didn't love doing that, but it seemed to be the only way to try to keep the project on scope and on budget. As we shared this information with the State Department of Environmental Quality, they said, look, we'd really like you to do these bioreactors. We'd like to figure out a way to help you. And so you may recall that late last year, the DEQ approved a $10 million loan at 0.5% interest, which in today's world is an unusually generous allocation, plus a $5 million grant on top of that. And so the elimination of the bioreactor saved about $18 million out of the project. And so with the $15 million allocation from DEQ, we needed to find $3 million to essentially match that amount, so that we could restore the bioreactors to the project. And so this $3 million that we have recommended to the Council's committee would allow us then, combined with the DEQ money, to restore the project to its original scope. And we like that. We think that's a really good move. The second part deals with our culinary water treatment plant and the aquifer storage and recovery project. So again, the treatment plant is part, as you know, of the overall ASR approach, which would allow us to create, at least in the first phase, a 10 million gallon per day treatment plant, and to be able to shell in improvements which would allow us more inexpensively over time to grow the plant to a 30 million gallon per day production plant. In addition to the water treatment plant, there are some additional capital improvements that are necessary to connect the treatment plant to the aquifer storage and recovery sites. And those include a 36-inch water line, which essentially goes from the site of the water treatment plant into a large enough line to move the water toward Rock Canyon. And then a pump station at the main and gallery reservoirs, those that are on 9th East, directly east of the Missionary Training Center. And then a 24-inch water line to the Rock Canyon ASR site from the closest large water line. So for these projects, including the water treatment plant, the revenue sources that we've expected are about $72.2 million, and the total budget for the ASR projects is about $68.5 million. So I wanted to just run through those revenue sources with you quickly. So we are requesting, as a part of the ARPA allocation, $19.7 million toward this project. We secured an allocation of Utah County ARPA funds for this project of $14 million, which is a significant has been a significant effort, and was allocated just recently by the county commissioners. We anticipate applying for a state revolving loan, again, very low interest rate of $38.5 million. We also have a grant, a federal grant that we've applied for. It's called the BRIC grant. It's Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant to hopefully avoid the use of all of the state revolving loan money that we could avoid, or potentially increase the size of capacity of the water treatment plant, depending on how that plays out. We won't know about the BRIC grant until late next month, toward the end of August, or maybe as late as early September. And so again, so the question of the state revolving loan versus the BRIC grant and the decision about whether to expand the plant or reduce the debt associated with the existing plant are items yet to be determined. So that is essentially the proposal that we shared with the council's committee. Have Dave Decker and Jimmy McKnight here to answer any specific questions you might have about either of these projects. And we'd be happy to entertain those. And again, I think this is the first in a series of work session meetings where we'll talk about ARPA, and then we'll eventually do a resolution appropriating the ARPA funds to whatever purposes are defined at that point.
Thank you, Wayne. Questions?
Just a quick question on, so if we take a loan for the difference, whatever that ends up being, low interest rate, revolving loan through the state, is there a projection as far as revenues or savings, cost savings to the city based on having treatment in-house that can make up for the servicing payment that would be required on that debt? Or is just a new ongoing expense that's going to be associated with it to service that debt?
Yeah, let me ask Dave to respond to that. I'll just defer to him.
And I guess my question is stemming from the fact that I recall in a previous conversation us saying that we do still pay, right, for some water treatment, and that could expand in the future without us doing this project as we use more surface water on an ongoing basis and need it treated.
Yeah, I'll answer this question in two different parts. There's two different potential revenue sources that may open up. In using the treatment plant, it opens up a source of water that currently the city is not using. It's Provo River water, and it potentially has the ability to supplement groundwater through the ASR program. It also may have the ability to generate revenue depending on the water year. So we may be able to sell some of that or lease some of that water. We can't sell water rights, but we can lease them. So there is a potential revenue source in that manner. The second part of your question, the way I'll answer it, I actually have a bill from 2021 right here from Central Utah Water. And the total bill is for about $125,000. And it's just two components of what they charge us. They call it the power loss and also carriage agreement. And the city has, if you understand where water comes out of the Provo River near the mouth of the canyon, the city right now, we take water through the treatment plant that is owned by Central Utah Water in Orem, and that location where the water is taken out of the river is upstream from their power generation plant. And so they have the ability, if we're intercepting water above that plant, they have the ability to charge these two items, a carriage charge and a power loss. And that does not include the treatment costs. So they charge us about $100 an acre foot for treatment cost on top of these two charges. And so last year we used about 2,500 acre feet of water, which is substantially less than we would be able to get out of the Provo River. But those two charges together, I guess three charges, the treatment plus these two charges, they equated to about $500,000. If we owned our own treatment plant, that entire charge that's now going to Central Utah would be able to be stay in-house and would pay roughly half the cost of the operation of the treatment plant. And that's using 2,500 acre feet, and we would be treating probably about 4 times that amount of water in our 10 million gallon treatment plant that Wayne talked about.
So half the operational cost, but not any kind of the servicing of the debt.
Right.
Okay. So help me understand how we've, because we had ASR built into projections and increases that we've been talking about the last few years for just the normal rate increases. Do you feel comfortable or confident that our rate increases are sufficient to both service this ongoing debt and also the operations, even if it is half, of the operational cost based on the savings here? without substantial additional increases, or is that just a conversation for another day to evaluate that?
No, I'm pretty confident with those two other revenue sources that I mentioned, the ability to open up some water and potentially generate some revenue. I think there's some good opportunities for the city right now that we are not exercising. So I think with those other opportunities, plus this coverage for the operational side, I believe that the current from Deer Creek Reservoir, and so their obligation to us may vary. So if they're in a situation where they're using the full capacity of the treatment plant, they could actually tell us, no, you're out of luck as far as getting Provo City surface water right now.
So let me just say, and I won't speak on behalf of the committee, other folks on the committee can speak to this, but for me personally, the treatment plant represents a security issue for the city of Provo. It represents a sustainability issue for the city of Provo, in addition to what we've just been talking about. And so for me, it was a priority before we went down this road as far as we have. Having said that, there could be other plans and opportunities and programs. And so we just wanted to make sure and have, it presented. And make sure and explore any other opportunities that anybody on the council would like to hear about. Make sure and have it in a public setting, so that if there's public input too on other programs or projects that might be available. Again, this, just to reiterate, this is the portion of the funds, the ARPA funds, that really have pretty significant restrictions on what we can and can't do. Although having said that, there are probably projects that we haven't considered, and we're open to other things that might be out there. For me personally, I'll just speak for myself. Again,
that I'm familiar with as we've contemplated this, I think at every juncture, we've made some really tough decisions to keep the costs down and to meet the costs in a reasonable way. One thing that might help me and maybe people in the public, and this is kind of a related question to what Dave's questions were getting at. Sometimes we've had we use some funding to accelerate a park. And that immediately made it obvious to people that if we accelerated one park, that meant other parks moved up in the list. And that meant that there were some savings elsewhere that we weren't, things we were not going to have to spend or that we could spend sooner on other projects. And this one may not fit as neatly because this is an extra cost that was imposed upon the city, but are there ways in which we can think about this as, and I guess if this money were not available, what would we be doing? How would we be covering this cost, and where would that money be coming from, and how would that be affecting the city? That might help me and others understand, how to measure the true value of why we would want to choose to use this money in this way. Does that make sense?
It does. It's a little bit. I'm kind of debating how to respond to that question, and you've asked a number of questions, and let me start by responding. And I've told the administration. I believe I've told the council this same thing, but I've told the administration a number of times. Out of the three major projects that are on the tablet right now for Public Works, the airport, the wastewater treatment plant, and the culinary water treatment plant, it's my opinion that the culinary water treatment plant will be the most long-lasting impact that the administration and the council could have on the city. As cool as the airport is, as necessary as the wastewater treatment plant is, the water treatment plant will provide a sustainable supply of water long-term. We have just received, and Jimmy has a copy of it. We're happy to bring it up if the council's interested in looking at this document. We've received a draft technical memorandum on an update for the wastewater, the water master plan. It's probably 6 months away from being finalized before it would come to the council. But I talked to the consulting group that prepared that technical memorandum and actually obtained some permission because I didn't want to step on some toes to talk about it with the council today. And in that memo, it talks for the first time about a correlation between water supply and densities within Provo City. And for the first time, they're actually showing the likelihood, I guess would be the word that I would use, the water supply in Provo City may not meet the demand unless we take advantage of the Provo City or the Provo River water rights that the city has not been fully utilizing. So if we continue to rely on groundwater and springs out of the Provo Canyon, the likelihood is that they will not be able to supply water into the future. Now, that's not an immediate issue. I think depending on the densities and some of the water conservation assumptions, we're 10, 15, 20 years away from that reality. But as I've indicated multiple times, ASR has to be responded to. The groundwater decline needs to be responded to in a timely manner where you've got a reasonable amount of time to kind of reverse the groundwater decline that's happening right now in the city. And if we ignore that, that's going to creep up eventually on somebody. You may not be on the council, but the city's going to eventually, face that reality. And that's why I say, I think for the opportunity that we have right now, this is one other question that you asked. If we didn't have the ARPA funding, what would we be doing for this? I'm not 100% sure. And that's why I've pushed so hard with the ARPA funding, is that it's an opportunity to build a treatment plant that's needed for the city. And I think we need to take advantage of the opportunity. And the only other way that I could see this happening is having to go back and take out more loans, higher value loans to build the treatment plant. So I think with the opportunity that we've received from Utah County through their ARPA funding and the opportunity that the city has, I think we need to take advantage of it.
Thanks. Councillor Ellsworth and then Councillor Fillmore.
Yeah, I think you brought to us the concept of ASR probably 2 years ago. I can't remember the conversation back then, but was the intent to bond, or how were we going to pay for it 2 years ago?
So it has evolved a couple of times. If you remember when we first started talking about ASR, it was not using treated water. Some of the original concepts were just pumping water out of the river directly and taking it up to Rock Canyon and not through a treatment plant. And the cost would have been less money to do that. And that still is an option for us to do it. But as we've talked through the various options and the advantages and the disadvantages of using a treatment plant, it opened up a little bit of a concept to us. Instead of pumping river water that's not drinkable in a separate pipe system up to one location in Rock Canyon, and again, for less money, the treatment plant opens up the entire city, and it opens up basically the entire water system for a transportation network to multiple ASR sites. So the difference here is we're giving the city an opportunity to move it to potentially Slate Canyon or the Grandview area where some ASR has been identified. Riverview Park's another location where it could be transferred. In the wintertime, the wells, 16 wells, the treatment plant could be operating and we could be discharging water into the aquifer during the wintertime instead of just consuming the spring water. So some of that river water that I'm talking about in the Provo River is available in the wintertime also, and making that usable. And so in the springtime and the summertime when the water is needed, like right now, you're drawing that water back out of the aquifer that you put in storage basically during the wintertime. And the treatment plant allows us to do that. So it's a multifaceted ASR project instead of just going to one site.
So was that going to be paid for 2 years ago when this was being discussed? How were we going to pay for it?
So that conversation was a loan at that likelihood. That was about the time that COVID was coming about, and we were starting to hear some of the conversations about the ARP funding. And so there wasn't a conscious decision at that point that said, "Hey, we have to do a loan," or we started seeing some of these federal grants coming available, and so we kind of left the options open on how we were going to pay for this.
Okay. Are there other costs that aren't being articulated today, right? So like This would be like a facility, right? A treatment facility, but then there's the land cost. Is that calculated in? Like, do we need additional infrastructure in the ground besides this facility? Like, there's always other pieces, and sometimes we're only looking at a piece of it. So what are those other pieces?
So Wayne identified in his presentation, he identified 4 projects. So 3 in addition to the treatment plant. There's 2 water lines and then a pump station. And one of those water lines in the pump station moves the water up to the 2 tanks that are east of the MTC, just as Wayne explains. And once you get the water to the main and the gallery, you can deliver that water. Those 2 tanks supply about 70% of the city. And so you can distribute water from there pretty much anywhere in the city, potentially not just water connections, but other ASR sites. So the other component that Wayne explained was going up to Rock Canyon. We only have a 12-inch water line right now to Rock Canyon from those 2 water tanks. And so we need to put in a larger water line so that we can get more water up to Rock Canyon. It's one of the best ASR sites in the city. And so our intent is to put somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 7,000 gallons a minute into the ground there. But those are the main components. Wayne has identified the main components of ASR to make this an operational system. Other than those components that he's identified, the operation cost that was alluded to before of the treatment plant, we're going to spend about $100 per acre foot. It's very similar operation cost to run our own treatment plant than what we pay Central Utah Water right now. But again, we're paying this cost plus that treatment cost to Central Utah Water instead of paying ourselves basically to run our own treatment plant and pay off the treatment plant. So financially, yes, it's a commitment to pay off that loan. And again, I think there's mechanisms to provide some revenue for that. But I think it's keeping that money, in Provo City instead of handing it over to Central Utah Water to pay off their water treatment plant, basically.
Gotcha. Sorry, in certain projects, sometimes pieces come back months later or years later, and they say, if you really want to finish this project, or there's phase 3, or there's this or that. So I just don't want to be surprised if there's another major element that needs to be constructed or funded or financed to complete this, to make sure that it's operational.
Yeah, Wayne's identified all 4 components, and then other ASR sites that I've mentioned, like Slate Canyon and Grandview, they have large water lines already going to those sites. There's a 36-inch water line that runs from those 2 tanks down to the Slate Canyon area. I don't anticipate needing to increase any of those line sizes due to ASR.
Councilor Fillmore, you'll be the last question because we do have one more agenda item. And I'm assuming you guys want to eat dinner.
Very good. Listen, I think this request from the administration is really the essence of prudent long-term planning. The fortuitous availability of the ARPA money can go a long ways towards our long-term sustainability here in the city. It's hard for me to come up with an argument against this request. The corollary to that is how much I appreciate Public Works Department that's taking the initiative to get out ahead of these issues for our vital long-term water needs. They've been attacking this for a few years now and have come up with, I think, some very viable long-term plan. And part of that is getting us the biggest bang for our buck. I'm wholly supportive of this and encourage Dave and his colleagues to continue looking for additional funding sources to the extent they become available. But this strikes me as pretty much a no-brainer.
Thank you, Wayne and Dave. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There wasn't any specific outcome we needed on that one, right? Okay. All right, next item is a presentation on the process for recommending board and commission appointments. This will be 30 minutes by Wayne Parker and Elizabeth Vanderwerken, Council Executive Assistant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thought we'd start today with just a brief review of kind of how boards and commissions work, how they interrelate to departments, and so on. So I'll start there, and then we'll talk about the administrative process, some recommendations that we'd like to advance in terms of ways to make this process better, close the loop better with not only council members, but also with board applicants, which is an area where we clearly have some room for improvement. So let me just try to walk through. So I'm going to identify 5 different sorts of boards that we interact with in the city. So we'll start with what we call I term the independent boards. These are separate legal entities, but we have an obligation as a city to appoint the board members, and we have some limited oversight. And those would include the Provo Housing Authority and the Metropolitan Water Board. We have one governing board that is a little unique, and that's our library board. And actually, the library board by state law hires and fires the library director. It is not a mayoral appointment. It is done by the library board, and they also approve their budget.
Indoor studios will cover.
Oops.
Hey, Bill. All right, thanks.
Okay. We also have some what I've termed quasi-judicial boards. These are boards that actually make decisions and implement decisions on their own. So again, as opposed to advisory boards, which I'll talk about in just a minute, the Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, Board of Appeals, Civil Service Commission, the Records Appeal Board, and the Landmarks Commission all have legal authority to take action and approve things or not approve them. And again, we appoint the boards, we staff those boards, but they are determining bodies. 5 of our boards we've considered to be advisory boards. So these would be those that advise the administration, the supporting departments, and the municipal council. So Airport Board, Transportation Mobility Board, Parks and Recreation, Provo Arts Council, and Energy Board. And then we have 3 administrative committees that are actually not subject to the advice and consent process because they're not statutory. And these advise the administration generally and occasionally the council, but they were created by prior or current administrations. So those include the Sustainability Committee, the Agricultural Commission, and the Police Department Citizen Advisory Committee. Now, there's been some questions about gender and ethnic diversity on our boards, and I thought I'd try to share some information with you. We have 96 board members. That's a pretty good sized group within the city. And so we took a look at gender. And so again, this little chart shows you how the gender is among our 96 city board members, and then how that is in our general population based on the 2020 census. And so again, 53% of our city board members are male. Men constitute 49.4% of our population. So we're a little heavy on the male gender side, a little light on the female gender side. So we could certainly do better, but we're not orders of magnitude different than the general population. Our ethnic diversity, again, about not quite 90% of our board members are white, non-Hispanic. And the population is 85.6% white, non-Hispanic. So again, we could do better in terms of better ethnic diversity among our board members. And that's been a target for us, both of these. Also wanted to share geographic diversity. We thought this was pretty interesting. We plotted all of the addresses of our board members in Provo on a map. And this shows you kind of the distribution of those. And so just for, again, kind of comparing general population versus board members. So if you take our population in Provo south of Center Street versus north of Center Street, it's about 75-25, basically, for those that are residents who live north of Center versus south of Center. And 27% of our board seats come from south of Center Street, and 73% come from north of Center. So slightly a little better south of Center Street than north of Center Street. And then we did the similar analysis looking west of I-15 and east of I-15. And again, the population disparity is a little bigger, but we have 13.5% who live west of I-15 and 86.5% who live east. And again, our board members are slightly stronger west of I-15 than their population might dictate. So again, we We still have work to be done, I think, on diversity of board members, but the news was pretty good. We felt pretty confident that we were in rough approximation to the breakdown of our population.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
For our population of our city, what percentage of our population is north of Center and south of Center?
So 74% is north of Center Street across the city, east to west.
I
We
just wanted
grew
to
Center
stress
Street.
that.
Yep. So Center Street, south of Center is about 26% of our population, and about 74% is north of Center Street.
So most people in because I'm south of Center.
Yes. Yep. So am I.
But it's good for us to remember that is a smaller, less populous part of the city.
Yes.
Than the north.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. You look at the geographic layout of the city limits, and it is much more dense south of Center Street than it is north of Center Street.
Thank you.
Now we put together this little, and I hate to use Josh Erig's term, but this bubblegum diagram. Some of you will remember that from our early Provo 360 days. But this shows the connection between city departments and boards and commissions. And again, it's a little complex, but basically what we've tried to show here is the solid lines represent a direct connection. So for example, with Public Works, the airport board reports to Public Works. They provide the staffing. They really don't weigh in on issues outside of the Public Works department because they're very specific to the airport. TMAC is staffed by the Public Works department, the engineering department, the division staffs TMAC, but they clearly have relationship to development services. Same with Planning Commission. Planning Commission is staffed by development services, but Public Works and Fire play a significant role in review of development standards and practices and new development. And so we tried to show kind of the relationship of what boards kind of work with what city departments. And so this was kind of an effort to show you that there's some balance. Some like the library board, they only have relationship to the library. But in other cases, for example, the Sustainability Committee, which is again an administrative body, but they also have relationship to development services because the sustainability coordinator role sits in that. While the mayor's office kind of provides staff support, development services has a lot to say with the sustainability committee. So this was really about trying to suggest sort of how these all line up with city departments. So running through the administrative appointment process. So our first effort is to take a look at expiring appointments or vacancies. So sometimes we'll have a resignation mid-year. Someone moves out of the city or just doesn't have time to serve anymore. And so we'll do sort of a midterm replacement. And we look at those appointments that are expiring when the term is coming up due in the coming year. We look at issues like board member attendance. We examine whether we think they would be interested in being reappointed or not. It has been the general policy of at least the last two mayors that I've worked with to focus on we don't have specific term limits. They're not in statute, but we also like to spread the opportunity for service around. And so where possible, we try to work toward not more than 2 terms service as a board member. Sometimes it's only 1 term. Occasionally, because of expertise or other constraints, we have allowed people to go beyond 2 terms. There are some positions that are de facto, they're ex officio. In other words, for example, the FBO at the airport is always a member of the airport board. And so those terms obviously go beyond term limits. And so that's sort of the thought process we start with at the very outset.
Can I ask a question here?
Yep.
Is it pretty irregular or infrequent that you have to convince people to be on a board, or is there generally enough applications?
It varies. So we do, and I'll talk about recruitment in a minute. We do actually sometimes take a much more aggressive role at trying to recruit people to serve on boards. It can be difficult. I think of, for example, the Building Code Board of Appeals, which meets once every year or two when there's an appeal of the determination of the building official. And again, so for those kind of folks, it's a little bit hard to keep them motivated to serve when we only call them, when needed. In some cases, things like, from serving on planning commission, it's a pretty time intensive effort. And sometimes there are folks who just say 4 years is enough for me. And so again, it just varies.
Gotcha. Okay.
So recruiting, we try to do some public outreach. Again, this is an area, and you'll see in my recommendations that one of the things we should talk about is taking a much more aggressive approach at recruiting folks. And so we do have board appointments on the city website, and there's an application process there. We could probably do better at making that a little more visible on the website than we have done up to this point. Sometimes we'll get nominations, not uncommon for someone to call the mayor and say, gosh, I think so-and-so would be super great on the Parks and Recreation Board. They've been a coach for 15 years and they bring a lot to the table. And so the administration will make an effort at reaching out to those folks and say, if you'd like to serve, we'd love to have you fill out an application to be considered. Social media, it's been rare, but we could certainly, again, do a better job of posting vacancies on social media, which would help us, again, attract a different demographic. Please.
So our social media, we've been working with Nicole, and they're coming up with the PIOs are designing a graphic. Oh, Karen's not in here, but what it is it'll be a graphic that will be familiar to all boards and commissions, but it'll just state which board and commission it is, what the job is, what the time commitment is, and it'll have the link they can just click and go in and fill out their form. And that'll be, our goal is to make it so that it's recognizable, it's up and out every week and things like that. So they're working on that, the PIOs, and I want it to be uniform so that when it scrolls through social media and you see it, you're like, oh, that's a board and commission. I wonder which one, and it'll state it. And so that's coming soon.
And then again, department directors and the administration both engage in recruitment efforts. So we'll talk about that. The application, again, there's an online application. That is the point of entry generally for those who'd like to apply, and you're running out of time.
Well, we are, but don't worry about that for now. But Councilor Whipple has a question or comment.
I didn't see you, Councilor.
Well, yeah, and it's actually about this application and appointment process. I love the idea of having a uniform graphic and everything, but also a more uniform process. One of the worst things ever is to apply for something and not know that your application has been received, not know when it's being filled. And so what kind of feedback are you giving back?
Not good enough, that's for sure. So the process is it's a little kludgy. I mean, basically what this does, when you fill out a form to apply, it generates an email which comes to a board and commission email address. And part of the challenge too is that sometimes someone will apply and we don't have an immediate vacancy, but we know one's coming, or they may apply and we've already filled the vacancy. It just hasn't been, we've already interviewed someone and told them that the mayor's going to recommend their name. And so what we've traditionally done is kept applications for about a year. Because again, we might have interim vacancies or will come up on the following year's applications. What we have not done well is reach back to applicants and say, we'd like to hold your application for a year, or there's just not an opening currently. That we could do a lot better on, and I've got some suggestions about how we might make that better on both sides of the equation. So again, application is sent to the responsible department director, who then prepares a recommendation back to the mayor that says, this is a great individual, or we don't have a vacancy currently. And then essentially the mayor then takes it from there. And either the director or someone from the administration typically conducts an interview. And again, sometimes that's a phone call, sometimes it's a series of email exchanges. But there's an attempt to outreach to the person that the director would like to be considered or the mayor would like to be considered, and we have a conversation. And then we kind of look at these 5 general categories. So expertise, experience, the needs of a specific board, willingness to serve, and again, attempt to provide balance, as we've talked about some of these equity issues with our board and commission members. Then the mayor makes a recommendation, prepares a letter to the council that gives a quick bio, and talks about the specific term to be filled. And then the council staff begins your process of going through advice and consent. So some recent challenges, and you've probably seen some of these. So legal questions, sometimes the standards are not super clear in the city ordinance. And we'll make a recommendation about how to address that one. Residency preferences, again, not every board requires residency. Some do, some ordinances are silent. We try to balance residency versus expertise and default to residence. Sometimes that just doesn't pan out. We don't have an applicant who meets some very specific standards that are in the ordinance, and we turn to a non-resident to do that. There's been a lot of question from local business owners and managers about what about me? I have a business in your downtown. I'm invested. I may not live in Provo, but I really want to, play a role here. And so again, one of the things we ought to do is just have a more candid discussion board by board about what we want to do with residency. Data sharing between council, administration, staff members has been a little problematic from time to time, in large measure because of the hurdles that sort of exist in the advice and consent process. And Elizabeth will be talking to you about those. And then follow through with applicants not appointed is a challenge for us. So some suggestions. We'd like to spend the next year going through board by board, maybe once a month or twice, 2 boards a month, to come in and say, here's some things we'd suggest you think about in terms of changing the ordinance about the board. So again, might be more specific about residency, might remove or insert some new qualifications or take out some outdated ones that we think might be worth discussing. We ought to have a discussion around residency, local businesses, all of those questions around qualifying as a board member. Streamlining the advice and consent process, and again, you'll hear from council staff about that. Submitting nominations for legal review before we send them to council so that we don't get caught in a situation where we maybe missed something in the process, and so it doesn't find its way to you before it's passed muster with our legal counsel. Trying to use a consistent database between council administration. We found some really good software solutions out there that we might consider acquiring that would allow us to use the same database as opposed to having one that sits in the council office and one that sits in the administration offices. Again, more intentional and consistent public outreach for board vacancies, as the mayor's talked about, and then more systematic responses to applicants. And again, a really good software package would help solve a lot of that problem. So
I know one of the main things I've heard is that people apply, but they don't know if it went through. They don't receive a feedback.
Yeah, right. And we need to do again, the system used to provide an auto-generated email. I'm not sure when and how that got broken, but it is broken now currently. And so again, we can do some good things better manually in the meantime, but I really think one good board member database system that processes applications, makes them a lot more intuitive, doesn't just shoot us an email, but actually puts them into a database. That would be super helpful in making this process even better. So that's it for my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you have. And then I know Elizabeth's got some really good ideas about some changes to the handbook. So
Questions for Wayne? Okay, Elizabeth, step right up. Bear with us, guys. We're almost done.
Can I just say thank you to Wayne for that? I thought it was very helpful. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so Wayne covered the administration's part of the process very well. I'm just mainly focused on the council handbook, and once the administration passes recommendations off to us, how that works. So the city code really only stipulates that the council's advice and consent is required. So that's the only thing required by law. The rest of this process is something the council has adopted into the handbook as one of the council rules. So when I receive a letter from the mayor's office, it lists who the mayor is recommending for appointments, and I send that out to the council. And then just a note, this process applies to most of the city boards and commissions, and then also the Provo Housing Authority, which is not under the city, but there is a separate process outlined in state code for the Metropolitan Water Board. So we had some recent appointments to that, but that is a separate process that I won't be addressing today. Okay, so I kind of already said that.
Elizabeth,
yeah,
I can tell you're feeling rushed. We never get to hear from you presenting to us. So I want you to take your time and just do it right and do it well. And dinner is still going to be there.
We'll still be there. And all of our board and commission appointments who are coming to meet you are coming at 5. So we do still have time. So I personally have worked with this process for years, and I think it's a little bit convoluted. It was addressed or kind of introduced in 2015 or 16, really as a solution to one particular issue one time with one board member and one council member. So I think we were kind of like legislating to the exception rather than the rule. And so I think this process is overly cumbersome. It takes a lot of time. And so I have proposed some suggestions for some revisions to that process that I think would still accomplish the desired result that the council has, but would make it much more straightforward, easy to understand for city staff outside of the council office, and would hopefully result in a better experience for everyone. So on these next couple of slides, I am just listing, this is just taken directly from the council handbook. There's kind of a process of 6 steps. And as I was going through this yesterday, I realized we're not actually following the process as written because it's kind of a cumbersome and clunky process. I think we have tried to streamline it a little bit. So this process could conceivably take longer than it's currently taking. So right now, when we receive board and commission appointment recommendations, it can take like 2 weeks up to a month for those to actually get approved and passed. But it could take a month or 45 days, depending on like if this whole process played out and took as much time as is allowed. So I don't know if you want me to read these steps, but I can.
No, I don't think, I'm more interested in recommendations. Yeah.
Okay.
So what would it look like moving forward?
Okay, so we have 6 steps, and I proposed, so I've already mentioned some of the problems. These are my proposed revisions. So I would propose striking steps 4 through 6. So 4 is notifying the nominee that the vote has been scheduled and inviting them to be introduced to the council prior to the vote. If the nominee cannot be introduced to the council prior to the scheduled vote, the resolution's continued. And it says consent resolution, and we actually don't usually do a consent resolution. We just usually have it on the action agenda. And then the last item says that at the discretion of council leadership, nominees can be forwarded for approval without first scheduling an introduction. So I say we scrap those 3 steps. Part of this kind of note on the last part of the 6th step is incorporated into the new recommendations, but essentially, I kind of drafted this so that it aligns more closely with the current people who are enacting the process, and then it still preserves discretion of the council leadership and the mayor, as her role really is recommending the board appointments. And so she may choose to proceed with a recommendation, even if there's a concern from a council member. And so this proposed change, Brian Jones also reviewed this and gave some comments. And so this has been updated based on his feedback. So essentially, after the recommendation is received, along with specified supplemental information, we have not specified what that is in the past. And so I added a parenthetical note that would include the application and or resume of the applicant for new appointments. I don't think the application requires a resume, so we sometimes get them, often we don't. And so usually I'm just forwarding on whatever information we have. And then it specifies that the person in my role, the council executive assistant, would distribute that information to council members. The next change would be, rather than having 7 days for council members to review appointments, or rather than having 14 days, we propose changing that to 7. Usually it's a few at a time. It doesn't take that long to read through everything. And so I think that seemed like a reasonable time frame. And then usually it would maybe be another week before we get it on a meeting agenda. So there's still some kind of time built in for staff to process that. And then we changed it so that any feedback from council members should be sent to the council executive director and council executive assistant. Sometimes often the feedback is a question. And so usually I can figure that out through research or by calling the mayor's office. And so rather than sending all of these minutia to the mayor, we can address it as staff. And if it needs to be sent to the mayor, we can escalate it as appropriate. And then the council executive director can communicate that feedback to council leadership. And if no feedback is received, then we can assume that we can proceed with those appointments.
If there is feedback received, the council executive director and council leadership will review that feedback. And then they may review that with the mayor and ask the mayor if the mayor would like to proceed, continue the matter, or withdraw the appointment. So it ultimately still allows the mayor her discretion in making the recommendations, but it kind of makes the process flow a little bit better on the back end, since we're kind of funneling things to just 2 staff members instead of lots of emails going to lots of people and feedback getting misplaced. And then
Elizabeth, we've got some questions. Counselor Ellsworth and then Counselor Hanlon.
I was just going to ask if you had a question, if a counselor had a question during that 7-day window, maybe they submit their question 3 days after receiving the list of appointments and then they don't get information back for 3 days. Do you feel like that's enough time just to sort those questions out?
I think it generally is. Most of them are easily answered. And with the proposed change that the administration has suggested, they're planning to send all of their recommendations through legal for legal review of the legal compliance. In the past, like 6 months to a year, most of the questions have related to legal compliance and whether somebody met the requirements of the state or city code. And so I think having that legal review happen before the letter even comes to the council will probably eliminate like 80% of the feedback we've gotten historically.
Okay.
And then I think it's reasonable, like if you send me something, I will try and get an answer on it within 24 hours.
Cool.
So
thanks.
that's like, anyway, so we'll do our best, but I think in unforeseen circumstances, we could obviously be reasonable about if a serious question was not addressed, council leadership has the discretion to continue that.
Counselor Hanley.
We could put you directly into the amendment to say it has to be Elizabeth who will. Anyway, my serious comment is, well, first of all, thank you. I think this sounds great. I mean, maybe you're not all the way done, but I just two enthusiastic thumbs up for what you're proposing. And for what Wayne was proposing going through the boards, I think that would be helpful for all of us. I don't know if this needs to be in the handbook or if this is something that we just, but that as we go through the boards that could be formalized in some way. And I don't know how the administration feels about this, but I know in the past I've gone to the mayor and said, hey, I know there's somebody who would be very interested in being on this board. I personally know this person. I would recommend them. I've never felt like I was, asking for a political favor when I've done that. I'm just trying to be helpful because we're extra eyes and ears in the city and we know of people. And of course, we're going to have to ratify what you're going to have to nominate whoever I would suggest anyway. And then we're going to have to ratify it on our end. I'm just wondering if we couldn't formalize that a little bit by, advance notice, not to the whole body of the council, like, hey, we've got some upcoming vacancies. If you know of people who would be interested in these kinds of positions, and I don't know if that's something that we do like once a year at the beginning of the year and we just throw a bunch of names out, or I don't know. I don't know what the process would be or how formalized it would need to be, but I'd love to just be more helpful, I think, in the process of coming up with names. Sometimes you probably have more than you want. In other cases, you may be really struggling to find the right person. And I may not even be aware that I know the right person. Sometimes I've noticed, in comes someone into our closed session and there's someone I know super well. And I'm like, oh, this is a great person and I can vouch for this being a really good choice. But, maybe it would be helpful if we could all be brainstorming together a little bit at some point. Just a thought.
Thank you. One other major element of this that I haven't really addressed. So currently we're scheduling every new board and commission appointment to come be introduced to the council prior to the council voting on a resolution to appoint them. That is not required for reappointments. And so we haven't been doing that for reappointments. But it's still required, like, even if it's a former council member that like all of the council members know, or if it's someone who's a prominent community member who all of the council members know, like we've had state representatives or the CEO of the United Way of Utah County, and we still have to schedule them for an introduction because that's what our rules stipulate. And so I think, obviously staff can maybe, if counselors have strong feelings about the introductions, just from my perspective, it's often been a point of confusion to the board appointments themselves because they're getting contact from me when they haven't been contacted that their application was received or that the recommendation was moving forward. And then there's not really good follow-up with them after they're appointed. And so a lot of them are emailing me, asking me about when their committee meets. And I usually know because I'm well connected and talk to the directors of those departments. But I think it generates a lot of unnecessary confusion for people who are prospective board members. And it holds things up, like some of the recent issues, people are out of town when we want to schedule their appointment, and there's a planning commission meeting tomorrow. And if all three of the planning commission appointees couldn't come tonight, they wouldn't have a quorum for their meeting tomorrow. Sometimes we have no-shows on the day of the closed meeting. Other times people's work schedules conflict and they're not able to attend. So I think the introductions, while I do see the benefit to the council, it's a little bit cumbersome and clunky. And so that's why I've recommended just eliminating that from the process. So I think that's all I have to say. That covers everything.
Mayor Kafusi.
Thank you. I just want to thank Elizabeth. I know that our office was feeling that it was getting really burdensome, and you were feeling like it was getting burdensome. And when in our leadership meeting, I just said, we're making this too hard on ourselves. We've got to figure out a better system. And that's what brought us to where we are. And I appreciate Wayne's work and your work. And I think we're going to get there to a more streamlined system and be able to figure out how to reply back. I got those or saw those emails, and shame on us for not replying back. I'll tell you, when we were moving out of the office, we found notebooks this thick from years and years of mayors back of just handwritten appointees, and it was a mess. So we are going to figure it out, and we're going to get ahead of it. We're going to try and be at least 3 months ahead of every seat so that you get them put in and we get them put in 3 months prior to when they will even serve. So we're going to wrap our arms around it, and it'll be the first time ever, because I've talked to other mayors and they said it was so overwhelming. They never once had a full board and border commission. And so we're going to get there. It's our goal this year.
Okay. Just the last thing, if the council wants to adopt these proposed changes, that is drafted exactly like it would be for the handbook. So a motion to that effect would be appropriate. But other than that, I don't have anything to add. So if you don't have any more questions, I might go back to taking the minutes.
I don't think there's any more. Go ahead, Councilor Whipple.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Elizabeth, because it sounds like where there have been gaps in the communication in this process, because you were the person who emailed them to set up these, you ended up being their de facto point of contact for everything. And that's not your job, but you did it. So thank you very much for taking care of everyone who's volunteering in our city.
You're welcome.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the proposed changes that Elizabeth had displayed for us on the screen into the council handbook.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay.
Yeah, I'm supportive. Does it have any bearing on the fact that we're potentially going through the motions of the previous, like we're striking something that we're then going through motions for today?
We could do an effective date, right?
You could do an effective date, or it doesn't prohibit you from still meeting the people who I've already arranged to come out here at 5. One thing it could allow is that I think there were 3 or 4 people who could not come today. If you wanted to appoint them tonight, we could update the resolution between now and then and give those names to the mayor so she has the updated list. So that's one potential benefit, or we can just continue to defer those people. I've already contacted several of them who plan to come on July 26th. So up to you. We could set an effective date for August 1st if you want to not tamper with the process that's already happening.
I'd say we just move forward unless anybody has concerns.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody really wanted to come and they've already been invited, I guess I would just say, let them come and let's go through that. But let's make the effective and just go through with what we've already started.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote. Chair Hoban will vote yes. Vice Chair Hanley?
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councilor McKay?
Yes.
Councilor Shipley?
Yes.
Councilor Whipple?
Yes.
That is unanimous. And yeah, thank you to staff. At this time, a closed meeting has been requested. Brian, would you mind reading,
I'd be happy to. As Elizabeth alluded to, the meeting is actually to meet some board and commission appointees. The purpose of the meeting is discussing the character and competence of individuals, which is an authorized reason for closing the meeting, if you'd like to make a motion to do so.
All right, I'll make a motion that we close the meeting for those reasons. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we will, no objection, we will now convene this.
I'm sorry, Chair, you need to take a vote.
Oh, we do have to vote for that, man. So official. Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Counselor Hanley?
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Counselor Fillmore?
Yes.
Counselor McKay?
Yes.
Counselor Shipley?
Yes.
Counselor Whipple?
Yes.
And I, Counselor Hoban, will vote yes. So at this point, at this time, we will now we will close the meeting. Thank you.